Good morning, everyone, and welcome on in. Okay, we are back. We are back. We have Energized, Kitty, Drev, all here. We have 3 and 15 badges. But how is everybody doing today? We are back, and there is also a Pokemon Gamer. Now, this is the test, as always, with 92 badges. Right, I just need to go and do a very quick encounter and make sure this is working. And of course, we do the tree circle. And I am doing good, thank you. And the Denny is up to 7 on the badges too. Good morning, good morning. Welcome in. How was everybody's weekend? Oh, we actually got a cherubi. Nice. Oh, maybe it might be the harvest thing is working. Right, that is good to know. That's working. I don't need to worry about anything for a moment. The bees are here. Don't tell Mrs. Astro. Her bees are here. And a free stream streak as well. Very nice. Congratulations. As we know, with the Shiny Professor Voices challenge, we have to go and do this very slow rotation at the beginning to search for the tree spawn of Cherubi and Cherim. Yes. Didn't like this. And we've got to go and do the same for the Applins, I believe, over on the Isle of Armor. So it's just as awkward. And then we'll get back to Route 2 and continue our search for something there. I don't know. Probably, hopefully the C dot. And Kitty has each a 10 stream streak. Thank you, Kitty. How are the doggos doing now? Are they feeling better? And 49 from Kitty. The next time might be legendary time for Kitty. But how are all of your experiments going, Pokemon Gamer? No accidents, that's good. That's good. We might as well check this as well. What do you have for me? You have the timer balls. Okay. And Dedenne is on 5. Stream streak, thank you, thank you. There will be a shiny today. Oh, I do hope so. It would be nice to get my second. But the odds are not in my favour, considering we've only done 850. Another Cherubi. Nice. They are going to sort everything out. So, like, the next part of it is there's lots of settings in the background you have to sort out, but it's more based on your system's capabilities. I know I've said before mine are very, very basic setups, but do you have, like, special graphics card, or I think it's graphics cards and stuff like that? So it's quite complicated. There are some very, very good guides. Also, Keanu whined a little bit and flew up, so she wouldn't even doing anything in the bed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm thinking Rookety on Route 2. Okay. Okay. And Travis hit the 15 stream streak. Thank you, sir. Thank you. With the Executor with Harvest, I should, keyword is should, encounter more sea dots than anything else. Because it's got that. Definitely saving up the channel points here. Oh, we're going toxic. Maybe we need to inflate Kit Wilson too. Is that what we're going to have to do? We're going to put Kitflation into order? And there is one more tree to check. This is all I get to check. I know I could go and do the story, but can't really be bothered. No, I probably should do the story offline a bit. Just get to Turfield. There's no worry about Route 4 because Route 4 is just the basic stuff, so I don't need to worry too much. And welcome in, or welcome back, Mac. How are we doing? But hopefully everything will get sorted out, Pokemon Gamer. There is a lot to take in when you first do a setup. Like, at the moment, I'm assuming you're gonna probably use your headset as your mic and your headphones. I'm still bracing for Britney Spears every time you see Toxicity. No, it's sort of a joke wrestling song. It's meant to be a character that's meant to be a bad guy that is trying to play into anti-toxic masculinity, but in a wrong way of saying it. It's very, very complicated. And that is your second badge. Congratulations. I'll be getting loads more on the scroll soon, won't I? But you never know. I would just like to... I'm going to probably start encountering a few more of the rare spawns when I do this rotation, so if we see Scraggy, we're probably going to encounter it. I know it's not on the set tracker, but I'm not too worried. An encounter is an encounter, right? That's what we have to understand. There's not much we can change. And we'll do the apricons once a week. Just so see if we can get any of the fancy balls. Pretty much. Hello. It's a Deadpool. Hello. I do like the fact that the randomizer for that only seems to play like two of the hellos I put in it. Right, how many trees do we see? So we're not going to worry about the slowpokes. We'll do the slowpokes later. Like the Kingler, we're not going to worry. There's crabbies everywhere. It's literally the ones that are only going to have one spawn. I really need to just focus on running into each one. See what we end up with. I'm hoping this will trigger all the uplands as well, which would be very nice. What shinies have you found? Me personally, for this challenge, I found a Hoot. The rest of the community has a Torkoal, a Psyduck, and an Electrike. That is it. It's expecting to be quite slow, to be honest. I think we're going to try this one. You have so many good choices for redeems. Thank you, thank you. We try to mix it up. I've learned a lot over the last year or so, which is good and which is bad. Hoot hoot. Yes, we got the hoot hoot. If the music is a little bit quiet, do let me know, because I touched something on Spotify and confused myself. I was trying to make some more playlists. Well, a longer playlist where it isn't only the Pokemon music. I put some Studio Ghibli lo-fi in it. And I think some movie music lo-fi as well. But the Pokemon playlists... Oh, there might be some Mario Kart lo-fi. I was trying to make the list a bit longer. And I got a bit carried away. And then when I was testing it, it was loud. So are you the person? No. Right, there is one up there. We'll get up there. So I have done as much of the Isle of Armor story as I can, which isn't much. I've got the Urshifu, and that's it. That's all you can do. You can't Gigantamax it, so I can't get the Porygon until I am champion. But I cheesed it a bit. I took Kubfu out of the game, so I could do the battle with my Dynamax Pokemon, and then return with the Kubfu and get a level 10 Urshifu. So that was fun. So if you are ever doing the storyline, you don't have to use the Kubfu. That is a fun fact. I'll probably find out some of these trees I'm shaking are just boring squavets. But do we want to have a go at the Pokeball? Well, we're going to call it the Pokeball Lottery. The Apricorn Lottery today. Should we see if we can get a rare ball? We'll finish the rotation first, so we get as many as possible, and then return back. And again, if anybody is newer to this challenge, we do not have access to the bike, because you don't get the bike until you've done the first gym. So we're not allowed a bike, which is why this has become all the more painful to do. Scraggy is here, let's get Scraggy. Come on, Scraggy, be shiny. No? Okay, it was worth a shot. It was worth a shot, right? You never know. So these sort of only have one spawn a day, so I've got to be a bit more cautious, I think. We might see if it respawns while we're doing the tree. It might be like 2 that spawn here, but it's all weather dependent, so it's a bit frustrating, to say the least. So yeah. But how was everyone's weekends? Did everybody go lechonk hunting in Pogo? Uh-oh. We are waving for some reason. Trying to basically give away a free kick against an Arsenal goalkeeper. Just saying. Just wave your hands. Uh-oh. Huxley's trying to break everything again. By becoming McFoley as well. We do believe in Joe Hendry. Joeflation has started already. Hello, Huxley. How are we doing today? No, Scraggy didn't respawn, so yeah. Wait, what? Okay, I forgot you could do that. And Huxley has hit the Dalmatian level of badges. Congratulations, Huxley. 101. This is confusing me. Which part is confusing you? The sounds or the OBS? Oh, and Huxley is getting his morning lick. And thank you for the shiny luck. All of it. What bar is not working on your end? Is your switch on and everything? Is the telly on, the switch on? Hello, Potter. How have you been? We have been going really well. We have enjoyed a new couple of shiny hunting challenges. How have things been for you? We are now doing the Shiny Professor Voices challenge. You just had a chilled, relaxing weekend. You read out some Pokemon while watching some anime. Very nice, very nice. I did enjoy laughing at the football yesterday. I didn't know what to do. I was sat there watching that game. It's like, who do I cheer for? Can they both get 0 points? Both would make me happy. But Pokemon Gamer is very confusing at the first time you look at it. That's why I think the best thing to do is go and watch, and literally watch, don't do, watch the YouTube tutorials people put out. The result technically helps us, yes. It just doesn't make us happy. And welcome in, Mrs. Astro. How are we doing? Your bees are here today as well. I've just run past all the bees. There we go. Huxley has his guaranteed morning surprise. Yes, that was EO Sky's music. You fell asleep during your favourite cursed wrestler. But you haven't played much Nintendo Switch for a long time now. But right now I'm currently sorting through Pokemon cards from Journeys Together into a binder currently. I'm trying to get some master sets. Oh, very nice. Good luck. Good luck. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the gifted sub runs out. Whose was... Oh, that one. Oh, that's Sarah's, isn't it? Mine ran out, so my credit card one's gone as well. Okay, I didn't even see that whooper. I don't... Mr. Astro said, are you still awake? I've been in the garden all day. Gmax has also hit 75 gym badges, which means you can pick an on-screen appearance Pokemon if you would like. Again, it doesn't really matter if it's a repeat. We have set it up so it's randomized. You would like to add Swalo? Okay. We can have the Golduck of Hoenn. Mrs. Astro's hit 88 as well. And what has got there first? So, just because they're newer things for you, the first badge is the first 10 you get to pick a shiny for the scroll along the bottom that I've got to catch at some point. Then it turns into 20, 40, 60, etc. Every 20 you get to pick another one. At 50 you get to pick a legend. And at 25 you can pick a random on-screen appearance. There's probably a few set up if people want to try some Pokemon in chat, but they will appear on screen at some part of the screen, basically, if it's mentioned in chat. It's just a little bit of fun. So, and if you don't ever want to do it, there are random number generators I have got set up for the gym badges, which can be chaos and can get you to legend early, as we found out many times. The amount of times I've been gifted a sub to that channel is quite a lot. This streamer has twerk emotes. They have every emote. They have every emote. They're the one with the credit card swipe. Shall we call it that? We'll call it the credit card swipe. Oh, we're going to try this one as well. I can never remember where the bells and whistles go. I don't know if it's got under scrolls or not. That's the problem. I always forget. There we go. There is Huxley now with all of his emotes. And all of the twerks that do all of the works. But I am slightly paranoid the music is lower than it was yesterday. Oh, okay. Can I still shake? Mr. Astro is in the meetings. Or can have a comfy. I know this is like completely against everything, but... Dun, 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 dun. But as I say, I put some Studio Ghibli in it. I found a lo-fi Studio Ghibli playlist and thought that would be a nice addition. But there's just so many trees to shake. So many trees. Why do you hate me? There is a Jangmo in the chat, if you would like a Jangmo. Let's try and catch it. It does sound slightly quieter, but you can still hear it. Okay, I might turn it up a bit. It's my fault, because I fiddled with Spotify, trying to put playlists together, and I touched the sound on the default Spotify. Because I am silly like that. I'm silly like that. Oh, no, that's a pincer. Well, this is why we're not allowed nice things. I know, I know. But I wanted to just up it a bit. Wait, why can I not run from this? I wanted it to be slightly higher level. No, I wanted to change the music, and when I was playing with the music, it was too loud. Can't find the streamer. Well, it is something along the lines of this. Fully sorted out with Ice Wolf later. Okay, it could be something we can sort out a bit later, but a lot of it is a lot of tiny little bits you've got to just toy. Have you got it to appear on your screen? An expert on the chromatic. What have you done? Probably a lot. What has happened? Have you got the rare balls now? Have you found some of them? It appears on your screen, so what's the next bit that's the problem? Or not working to what you want it to do? Oh look, Huxley's friend. Shall we check it just in case? Okay. Oh, it's very strong. This isn't good. It's on cloud 9. Okay, we can still run away from it. No, it disabled me. Exactly. Not yet. I'm also finding out how to do the ribbon star ones. Oh, isn't that like diorite? I think I used a lot of diorite ore for that. If you're not even considering Ice Wolf, I'll go for it later. Okay, fair enough. I also need to ask if the upgrade is post-game, because I've only found I haven't really seen them. I did watch this video. Part of me feels like it might be more post-game, but I don't want to say it definitely is. Because the problem is, like, this isn't against... a lot of, whenever games come out, people only put together the stuff at the beginning, if you get what I mean. So when they've already had the DLC, they finished the game. But a lot of mechanics don't work till later. And Milky is up to 7 badges. Welcome in. How are you doing today? But yeah. But also, Pokemon Gamer, did you reach your next tick for your little affiliate grind? Or are you still one off? I did do a couple of DAs on this to get some more ores. Just one left. Okay, so just do a normal one today and you should be good. Okay. How many watts do we have? I am doing well to 51. Nice. Nice. And JD is up to 19 on the badges. Normal one today and tomorrow. Okay. Because I'm assuming at the beginning you're just going to do a bit of the basics. You're just going to look to put the switch on the screen and not do like the talking stuff. Or like the talking, but that's about it. Fair enough. I thought... It's because I mix these people up. I'm going to be honest. I keep mixing them up. Just one more. Wait. JD is on 19, so they get to pick another Pokemon tomorrow. We decided if I don't get it soon, it will probably run to Turfield to get the friend ball to catch the Yamper. It doesn't match the colour. But it's still a friend ball, yes. Yeah. I think looking at it, it's like 1%, isn't it? And it's whether we want to go for that. Like, we might go and have a little go now. Are you doing like the daily rotation like I'm doing, or not. The Yamper will be mine. Oh no, I didn't see that. Ignore that. Ignore that. It's definitely on there. See, I think, again, it's sort of something that's so much more beneficial post-game. That's the thing. And the thing is, I've seen someone get one within a couple as well, so it works both ways. I was meant to be doing this, not as much, but it seems like I got quite a lot. Like when I did the diglets, I discovered a couple of trees I hadn't done, so I did gamble that they wouldn't have the shiny in. I was lucky. Because I don't record when I'm not. It's not plugged into anything. So if I'd got something when I was offline, it would not have counted. So that was a problem. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We always do. I can't believe this takes me like half an hour of stream to do this rotation. These rotations are taking half an hour. I always give up on the moonball. I think I'm catching fever in a luxury because not getting the yellows. Just submitted your side axe. So Dindo will be taken off top spot. If I'm not mistaken, I think he is the only one that's got a radar shiny so far. But I might be wrong. Shall we just see if there is one here? Is Meryl here today? The Danae? Okay. See, these are going to be annoying because you can soft reset on them. Oh, there's a Psyduck. 53 points from 3 Pokemon for Dindo. Yes, I think he did too. He may have got the... I feel like he either got a Dynamax Adventure Pokemon or he got the energy card right. But he's got 2 radars. Okay, I think this must be the last Applin. So this is, I want to say, 2.5 rotations. We'll have a look at our apricot numbers. And as we saw, we did do some more. That one's not a very good tree. Is there any more? I only have 11 Pokemon left to see to unlock radar. Who do you need, kitty? Who do you need? What's a cell battery? There is another one in the corner. If this only gives basic berries, I'm not going to worry. And I'm sure between everyone we can try to help you get those last couple, kitty. I'm sure there'll be people that can help. It's going to be the really annoying ones or the no, because you only need to see them, so not too bad. Right. Right, we will go back. I'm not walking back. They put a bridge in, I would have walked back. But one is lazy. So we are going to fly back. Walk through our Executor. Infernape, Wormadam, Vesperquin, Cherum, Lopunny, Sudowoodo, Snorlax, Riolu, Finian, Lumineon, and Milotic. Okay, are you going to actually beat the game as well, or are you just trying to get the radar? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, I want to say 5, 6 of them are in the Elite Four. If you do, like, the trick is to just battle every trainer and you should see everything. Premiere Ball? Who wants Premiere Balls? I'm just doing this while the ads are playing, because let's face it, it's just gambling. Gambling in the ads makes sense. And once we come back from the Adlands, we can start doing some of our shout-outs to our streamer friends. Nope, we've got to use the other arm today. I hate it when the weather can't decide whether it's going to be hot or cold. It always makes things play up. You are a very disappointing Cramomatic. I'm just going to say this. I do prefer the Pokeball Lottery. Reach the league last night, so I will take them on. So if you take the league on, even if you lose to Cynthia at the end, you'll see Infernape, Espequin, Lopunny, I believe, Sudowoodo, and Melodic. There's a chance there's Snorlax in there. Riolu is a surprising one. Like, you can get... Have you been to the Ironworks and got the egg? So I'm pretty sure you get an egg when you go to the Ironworks on like the little boat detour, and that egg should be Riolu. But Finneon is just going to be... You've got to go and see if you can get lucky with one of the fishermen or something. Or sailors. And if anyone wants to get lucky with a sailor... that'll be the place to go and find them. But there's lots of swimmers, sailors, and fishermen that'll probably have the Finneon. Snorlax is a bit more confusing, but Wormadam is... It's weird that you've seen the Burmy but not the Wormadam. And Charum is just Charum. It's a pain. Right, what other ones? We have the black ones. Okay, we seem to get a lot of the white ones. That's an interesting fact. What do we get? Duskbull? Come on, just give us a rare one. And then we can actually start our shiny hunting. Great Bull. Disappointment. Disappointment. We've got loads of green. We can do one yellow one then. Just don't... Just be the one we're looking for. A Pokeball, okay. I guess this is technically recycling. But it is the big game tonight, Hoaxy. It is the big game. If we win, I feel like we're safe. If we lose, we have to deal with more stress, and I can't deal with stress. I like mid-table mediocrity. I can't deal with being at the bottom of the league or at the top. Just be boring, please. Just be boring. Right. The blue ones. So are you going to try also some radar streaming as well, Huxley? That's the question. You can follow along with the awkward kitty cat who has been preparing for radar, a little bit of grief case, a mild case of Pokopia addiction. There's some sus at times, some doggo cameos. So if you follow along, when they return from a little hiatus, you will get to join in and see what they get up to. For the cozy streams. Hopefully it's a good game. We are safe now, so I don't know what team we'll put out. It'll be good tonight and Wednesday to see if you can farm some more points. I'm going, unless I get the Swarm of Skitty, I'm going to go for Cast Form on Wednesday as well. Are you just going to go back to Psyduck, or are you going to try something a little bit more difficult? That's the old trouble has got us. No, we should have one more, I think. You might try Baneri. Okay. That makes sense. What does that do? Wait. There, I swear there was one in here, wasn't there? That I noticed. Oh, it's an apricot berry. Is there any more? Are we done? Are we done? Shall we just mix a few up? See what we get. And there. Let's see. I promise we will get to this. I got a stone for my Larvitar. Okay, that'll do. We didn't get anything. We didn't get anything. We checked the Scraggy. We'll go back to Route 2, where we're safe. No, not there. We'll go here, because this bit of grass seemed a bit nicer. I found last time we did it, so let's head back there. And what should be... Okay, Yamp, okay. Well, if we stayed this end, we might be right now. The Yamper wants a piece. Back to the Sea Dots. So I have set up the tracker for Route 3, 4, and the Galar Mine. So we should, if we get something, we can instantly pivot. So that's not too bad. But what will our target be today? What should we aim to get to? You can also follow along with Huxley, who is learned radar overnight and has become a radar master. He also does do some Pokopia, a little bit of Retro Rewind, but I think the store might have got closed down. Some shiny hunting across other games, but there is a few little bits of Psyduck merchandise around. Some 2000s rock music, and you get a specialized gig ticket by saying hello. I don't know if this was a good idea to get rid of Chudo. It does follow you. It's a bit annoying. And there is a huntress with 13 badges. The video store is on hiatus. Top of the morning to you too. Hopefully you enjoyed a relaxing day yesterday. I would like to think. No, all the birds. All the birds. I haven't switched the video store one on for about 3 or 4 weeks now. I know that there was an update coming that's going to include retro video games. But I don't think... The problem is it's a cozy but not too much to do. So a big pot of chicken soup. Well, hopefully he's getting better. And it's nothing too serious. But at least you didn't have to worry too much about what was happening online, right? You could just enjoy everyone else. Oh, the cold flu thing has hit again. We hate them. We hate them so much. I pretty much live off vitamin C when they become a thing. That's what I do. I live off vitamin C, and somehow it cures everything that goes wrong. But here we are back at the depths. But yes, I had a good weekend. Is this going to affect this week's schedule for you, or not as well? The sea dots are coming for us. I would prefer to go for Lotad. I'm going to be good. He has no school today, but lots of rests. Okay. That's good. That's good. So, is it grief case today? Do we have to torment the grief case? Get that Piplup? However much you don't want the Piplup. And number 21 on the badges. Only if you're voting for Chimchard. I'm usually too late for the voting. That's what I've discovered. I'm always missing it. I'm not another Hoot Hoot. Don't get me too shiny Hoot Hoots. You don't want Piplup again. Is that you've already got the shiny Piplup from Griefcase, or you just don't want the water type? And the Gossiflor Hunter is here. I need him at some point, but everyone keeps making me reset. Fair enough. Maybe just get the Piplup early, and then there's not a problem. Oh. And, well, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Suki. And Nim and Huntress also came in. How was the rest of your Marwell hunting? Did you hit your 200 phases? Or not? But you can also follow along with Suki, who is helping a bit on the Zakes Community Challenge, which is a Professor Oak's challenge in Legends ZA. But there is a lot of other shiny hunting over there as well. A little bit of Pokopia building. So enjoy some time over there. You got the spider? I did see you get the spider. I did see you get the spider. But thank you for the raid. And I do know it is quite late where you are. So if you do need to raid and run and get some rest, I completely understand. Everyone else, we are Voices. We are doing the Shiny Professor Voices Challenge today, which is it's turned into a community event to do a Professor Oak challenge with a twist in Sword and Shield. We have 4 shiny so far. It has been slow, but worth it when we got our shiny. We also do a Switch 2 Shiny Living Dex challenge, which sees me trying to build a brand new Living Dex by playing as many of the different Switch games as possible, enjoying the different methods of shiny hunting that have got extremely slow recently because I've stepped away from doing sandwiches. And yeah, other distractions have happened like Pokopia by a red leaf green, and we haven't really been getting as many. But we're at like 275 out of my planned, I think it's 1,400. So there's quite a lot going on there. Oh, no. And for this challenge, I'm not actually allowed to get that Rookity. If that turned out to be shiny, I wouldn't be able to catch it. Well, I could catch it, but I can't enter it in. This challenge is going for the fullest possible odds. So it is. No brilliant auras are really allowed, because if you knock stuff out, you increase your brilliant auras, and they have the increased shiny charm or shiny odds. We don't want that. There is no breeding except for the starters that you can't get. You can't get DA shinies, and there are a few other extra things like no chain fishing. There are 320 plus Pokemon to get now, including soft resetting for trading, because Regina on the Isle of Armor will give you a shiny, or can give you a shiny. So that's the challenge that I'm trying to get through. But the community has also said they would like to take part, so we've opened it up. The other shinies caught are Golduck's little brother, Electrike, and Torkoal. So we've got 4. No Gen 8 yet. But if it is something that interests anybody, feel free to follow along and let us know if you would be interested in joining the chaos of this. It has been quite fun. We do have... Yes, thank you, Huxley, thank you. So you can see the event on Shiny Dex, and there is a link to the Discord. I'm being a bit stricter with it than I am for the Dex 2026, because I would like to be able to communicate if something goes wrong. But have a good rest, Suki, and I will thank you for the lurk and the raid. I'm sure you'll get that Mawile very soon. Mrs. Astro is back. Yes, the rolling fields was full of bees when I walked through it earlier today, Mrs. Astro. So you might see the bees again. I don't know when the rotation, the weather changes in this game, because it feels like it changed in a weird time. I had bees yesterday, but fell asleep. Try again today. Fair enough. I just thought I'd let you know, because they have been migrating away from you. There is like a minor request if you were to get the female. We may not... I don't really know how to do... whether if we commit to getting the female Combi, we evolve it, because we won't really be resetting for a Vesperquin. And the same with the Salandit. If we get them and they're female first, we put in the evolution. Because the person that has to hunt the other one could just keep getting males and, well, can't do anything with them. Let's put it that way. I'm actually looking forward to Route 3 of all of them. I caught a boy bee to get a lady bees to try. Oh, it works with the... It works with that. Fair enough. You're not mad. If I get 2 no. Like, even with my Switch 2 challenge, the first Combi I got was a female one. I couldn't remember that Combi did that. I didn't realise it had cute charm. I forgot it had cute charm. So. I made a lot of notes. I can't remember everything I wrote. It was more for everyone else's remind. It's more of a fact that if I've got the notes, I can point people in that area instead of somebody going, how do I spawn more female Combis? And I'll be like, oh, now I have to Google it when I'm live or when I'm not in the mood to do it. Which can happen. Like, we all know that. When you start a challenge, you would like to just sort of be in your mindset of just going for it. But lots of those notes, yeah. The thing is, half of the stuff I'm not even really worrying about at the moment. I just wanted it out there early, so if someone wants something, let's put something together. And Alita's hit 154 badges. You can also follow the Shiny Huntress, who is working towards partner, is on a Shiny Dream Team quest in Fire Red Leaf Green, which sees her hunting for an Oddish at the moment. There is a tiny bit of Grief Case Simulator on the side, so if you want to help pick which one will be the reset per stream, make sure you're there early and vote for the one that you want to see her hunt. It is between Piplup and Chimchar. There is also DAs over the weekend, and a gacha collection game, so you can collect all of the toy gacha things in a 2-month window for a special prize in the Discord. I believe I'm at 8 or 9 of the 15 so far. I had a good start, and it's all gone downhill very quickly for me. And there's also some talk of wrestling and horror movies. And you can ask, what's your favourite scary movie? How sleep? What sleep? What sleep? What is sleep, Elite? I did encounter a Scraggy. My daily Scraggy. It wasn't shiny, but I said hello to it. So we can't say I didn't try. And best buddy did. No, I meant in we just ran away from it. It only has one spawn today in the weather it's got. Well, it may have had one, because I can't catch it, it's not shiny. We only want shiny Pokemon. We don't want the common ones with no extra standout ability about them. We have to play the elitism that we only want the shiny ones. We don't like the commoners. That's why they go in the luxury balls, because they are elite. Right? Still not got the crocodile either. No. Oh, Scrafty and a friend ball. I haven't even got the friend ball yet. We tried the apricot gambling, didn't get anything special. We got a hill ball, a dive ball, and a few others. But we have seen the new Scraggy and Joe emote. Scrafty and Joe. Free the homie. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where are the random ones? We don't want the rookies. We can't get another bird. Birds are bad. We can't keep getting them. Both where they belong. What would Elite put in there then? If Elite could put one in Pokemon Gel, what Pokemon would you put in there? Who would be your baddie to the system, as we would call it? The Seedots are still going strong. Cider, you knew that, yep, we knew that. Ducklet can keep guard. They can share a cell. There must be a Pokemon you dislike more than Psyduck. Surely, there's gotta be one more that you don't like. I don't know why I decided to go for Seedot. I think I just got sick and tired of seeing blip bugs. Everything weak against Scraggy. What's weak against Scraggy? Would it be everything strong against Scraggy that he wouldn't like? So basically all the fairy types. Marl, maybe. He'll put Marl in jail. Talking of Marl, how did you manage to get much of the Azurill done? He can try. Uh oh. No. Elite is got an enemy there. Step the Scraggy up. I still don't know how people get shiny in Go, because I don't get shinies in Go. Just gonna point that out. They don't like me. This is what I said. I've got some Mario Kart lo-fi. So I have added some music to it. This must be the Mario Kart stuff. I've made the list ridiculously long now. I decided we wanted a longer playlist. We're getting a longer playlist. Did some Pocopia building. Very nice. Cleared plenty of the beach for the ocean walk with little shops. Very nice. Very nice. Glad that you are still enjoying the Pocopia world. I know we've mentioned we sort of haven't touched it. I haven't even claimed my stamps from last week. Don't know why. Can't bring myself to play it at the moment. Just, I don't know what it is. Don't know what it is. I'm going to pay for it if they ever do any additions to it, because I won't have finished things, but... what we were saying about the beach, the Cloud Island, but the problem was that we were creating these really nice houses, but we could never find anything to spawn, which is really frustrating. What's helping me focus is decorating my Palatown area as the main area and leaving the other areas for now. That makes sense. That's what I wanted to do. What is in the surf water? I don't know. Depends where they're surfing, whether it's river water or ocean water. What do you reckon is in there? That's the question. What do you think is in there? There's a ramp down where you are at... Oh, here. I can't get on the water. So there is like Aracuda, Dreadnought, stuff like that that's on the water. Where does it go? I don't know. There's probably one item there. But we can't get there because we don't have the bike. So, I don't need to worry about that right now. That's probably the best way. Go get the bike. I can't. I can't get the cycling on water till we have 6 badges. You've got the game, why don't you go and look? You must have the bike. Boring? Fair enough. I call it challenging. And so that is where we are. We want to make this a hard challenge. We want to keep going and see if somebody today can get a shiny. Still watching now. Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. You're just waiting for me to go and get another Scraggy. The Dancing Mario Jazz. Pretty much. Pretty much. There was a playlist called Mario Kart Lo-Fi. So I thought we'll add that to it. I was trying to find a lot of orchestra music. It leads to a water stone. There we go. That would make sense why a water path would lead to a water stone. Wednesdays? Yesterday. They are Sundays. Where's Everstones feel shiny? We do DAs on a Sunday. You have to probably get lucky with the digging paths. I don't know if there's an Everstone early on. if I'm honest. Oh, we've hit some ad land, so we'll wait for the next encounter. We can have a top up. There's the hydrate. Everybody have a hydrate. You will just be careful. Put it in the box, and it can't go anywhere. We're an hour in. Everybody have a drinky poo. Let's keep hydrated. Scrafty Gifu. Banished. Now, the digging bros, they will probably give you an Everstone. It's one of the more common stones that they'll throw out. Turfield, one of the standing stones areas that has an Everstone. Okay, there we go. Advance to the first gym, and you can get your Everstone. Thank you, Jade. I'm never quite sure. I know there is some mechanic where you can talk to them in a certain order, the stones, and you get like an expert belt or something before the first gym. You looked it up for the Amber. Fair enough. Everybody wants theirs. And the other reason why I'm going to get a few more watts is we are going to need to do the fossils. Why not do them that way? That's the thing. We are back. We will now continue the hunt. And see if we can get that next shiny. Why not? I think why not might be one we might have to breed. When I say we, I probably expect Mrs. Astro will pick that one. Rockety! We need you, sir. We need you. You're on the scroll of destiny. You got Scraggy? Nice. Oh. What did you get, Scraggy? Shiny? Where to post the picture? I don't believe you got the Scraggy. Where did you get the Scraggy? Yeah, because you said you were cycling on the water. You didn't want to start a new game. Yeah, put it in the shiny share for now, and we'll see whether we can set you up for all of the additions. He's in an egg. Well, eggs don't count. That's the thing. You can't breed for the things that are in the wild. I have caught the Scraggy before, but the fact it's like 2 spawns is going to be a bit of a pain. We will say that. It may be one of the painful soft resets to get those two. A good morning, Dindo. How are we doing? We are back at row 2. We're nearly at 1,000. So we will see if we can get that little bit of luck on our side to reach the next level. So I can officially have the most shinies in this event. The other one was pretty much dead on odds, so I feel like we should be getting one under odds today, right? Is it down at the moment? The tracker's working. That's the best I can tell you. Is that recent Scrafty 1 week? Are you trying to use, well, are you trying to use mobile or browser? There is a drowsy in the chat. I forgot to see what this week's challenges were. No! How could I forget? Browser getting 500. Can't you just check? I can just check, but how this is set up, it's difficult to check anything else. Yeah, me too. Maybe he might be rolling out an update then. Because I don't think you can submit to events on the app, can you? Mobile just worked for me about 30 minutes ago. Was that yes you can't, or... I can't remember. I say too much and then I get an answer, I never know what they mean. I gave myself confusions. I'm sorry, no. I was getting mobile and the app confused. Okay. Favorite scraggy egg move? If I say high jump kick, do I get a prize? Dindo's been up getting all of the radar ones. High jump kick is not then. Metronome? Does it learn metronome? I was looking at the Shiny League table, and I pretty much can only come one place lower if I get a Shiny. This week. Just kind of funny. I can't really come too much higher, because, well, I can, but I've got to hope other people don't play. But I'm pretty sure I can't get top 3 this season. I needed to ask a question. I forgot to ask a question. Rob is up to 90 stream. Welcome in, Rob. How are we doing? Worky lurky. No worries. We'll try to tell you when the spawns appear. Catch a monotype with base stat under 321. For a Galarian Corsola, battle with Psychics for Fennekin. Use 11 stat-changing moves for a normal disc, and miss 4 flying types. You're telling me we're not allowed to catch Taylor? But thank you. They're not that interesting this week, are they? Not gonna lie. I'm just sorting stuff all, so I just wanted to check the standings. Okay. Or SOSing even. SOSing. But the standings for the Shiny League are in Discord, right? You might get a few points. Did you know if someone is doing Galarian Slowpoke already? I don't believe they are now. There is an updates list in the Discord. I don't think I saw that one on there. For Booster Thursday, that is. Not the league. Okay, that makes sense. Well, stuff was also good points for the Shiny League. That's the thing. It's normal and fighting, so it's like the only one that's going to come out like the extra bonus point. They might add them in a 5th target, and then I can get at least every rotation. Well, again, the targets are very just loose ones. Like, out of most people I've seen put a target on there, I think anyone who's put more than one is only going for a few different things. They're not going for all of them. Again, it's purely there just so not everybody goes, I'm going to go and get Wooloo, as for example, and suddenly everyone loses a bit of interest because they didn't get a chance to get the Wooloo. Now we have to start thinking of some of the rarer stuff as well. Like, Galar ones are always going to be the appeal because it's some of them are the only place to get them, so people are going to run and jump at them. So I understand that. Like, I know, like yourself, you're going for Yampa. we've got other people that want to go for Wooloo, Blipbug, Gossifleur. They're not in anywhere else. They're appealing as the only way to get them. So if you end up phasing on something, like I phased on a Hoothoot. Somebody asked to do Hoothoot. Couldn't do too much about it. Like, I had already designed my challenge that I would go route by route for one encounter. Is this number 1000? No, the next one is number 1000. Will this be the special one? The chosen one, if you would like. No. Then people probably won't want to do Slowpokes since you can get them in Scarlet Valley. Yes. That's the way I'm looking at it. I don't think you can actually evolve it until we get the bike. I think I put them on the list thinking, oh, we can get the stuff, but I don't think we can. Hoot hoot. Yellow. Yes. It is such a good shiny compared to the original Slowpoke. The Galarian one is just perfect. So that is nice to see. I did put a little bit of an update to the Dex 2026 out as well, because I thought I'd just show off what's missing, and it is ridiculous how many legends have been done. I know there are still a few we need, but I was expecting certain legends to be the things that were piling up. Like, we've got a few of the mythicals ticked off as well. So we sort of said Mew, Celebi, all of the gift ones from home, which are not as difficult to get, but they're still... You have to get them this year. So that is kind of fantastical to see. Let's be honest. More rookies. They're flying away. Something else that you might want to do on your end, probably, if you care about the Gigantamax abilities, I would progress the Kubfu storyline, because then you can start collecting the max mushrooms quicker. You should get a spawn every couple of days. So when you are doing the Apricorn rotation, you might get lucky and find mushrooms, so then you can give the Pokemon that can get the Gigantamax form the boost, slowly and surely. So that is something to potentially have a look at. I did find some yesterday? No, I found some the other day. But it's always good to get everything prepared. So you are ready. Just free-filled the water. Had a wild Grovet in the garden. Stealing seeds from the bird feed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And that's why they're in the British region. Right? And why the red one is the rare one. The shiny one is the the red one. That's how it works. Was it shiny? I don't know. Did Psyduck have to deal with it? Psyduck chased it away. It's like, it's my bird food, because Psyduck should have been a flying type. Changed my mind. Or at least a psychic type. But then if it becomes a psychic type, it would be weak to Scraggy. And we don't want that. Right. So here's a question for the Pokemon fan base out there. When Gen 2 came out, they introduced 2 new typings, Steel and Dark. And in Generation 1, they gave a couple of Pokemon Steel type. And eventually they brought out the fairy type, and they gave a couple the fairy type, but they never gave one a dark type. Which Pokemon from Gen 1 do you reckon should have been given a dark typing once it became a new addition to the game? I feel like there's a couple of more obvious answers. But I know that we ended up getting a lot of regional dark forms from Alola. Coffin. It's interesting because Coffin, or at least the Weezing, got the fairy typing in this region. Don't quite get why it's a fairy type, but stuff and things. But it got the fairy typing over here. In Galar. So I can't help but think like one of the more obvious ones is like an Arbok as well to start with. To the top hat. Pharaoh could have been dark type. True, especially with how it is introduced in the anime. Tangler would have been cool. It would have made a little bit more of the little bundle of joy, right? It's more like the question is, why do you reckon they retrospectively changed Magneton? Which was correct, I want to point out. But they didn't want to change one of the others to have the dark typing. That was their brand new toy, basically. And welcome back, Pokemon Gamer. Hopefully you are good. Sidot. Arbok would have been good. There's a few, like, you could have maybe, but then because Kingdra got the dragon type, could have argued some of those sort of things, like, I guess you could have counter-argued it by saying, like, Goldeen and Seeking could have got the fairy type. So it had not been ice, it would have been water dark. Kabutops? True. Like, Cloyster could have been ice dark. What was stopping that as a potential typing? Be careful with the 3DS ones. I'm just going to say that to you. Unless you've got the actual capture card, be very careful. Kabutops would have been fun. So there's some nice picks. Could be a foil for the Slowbro. Okay, it looks like it was just a blip in the system, Dindo. It happens every now and then. Are you going to get yourself a capture card for EDS then? Something like that. Because I probably wouldn't suggest using the casting one. You can also follow along with Level Up Rob, who is doing some lab simulator with 2 of each type on the go. If you ever want to learn more about 3DS streaming, he is usually the place to go. He will talk you through all of the best consoles to have prepared for it all, and other things like that, and a lot of shiny hunting too. So check out Rob and see what he gets up to. And good morning, Jack. How are you doing? There is a Tranquil in the chat, if you would like a Tranquil. Also, if it had not been flying, it would have made Gyarados Water Dark. Yes. Same as it's like Mega. Should have been very good. I guess that's the other side of it. That would counter it all. Magnemite didn't have a secondary typing, did it? You will probably use software for it, but I'm going to be very careful with it. Because, like, we've seen how some can cause a lot of problems. So, don't push it too early, too quickly, too early. Get comfortable with the ones you've got. Then maybe investigate. Miss Flying type, remember. Miss a flying type. Yes. I'm definitely going to miss it with the Ultra Ball. I might need Tranquil, to be honest. I need a lot of random Unova Pokemon for the PCG. I also don't have a painted Eggon. Who would Jack pick for the morning discussion? The question is, which Gen 1 Pokemon would you have given the Dark type to? When we look back at retrospectively how Fairy and Steel were given to some of the Gen 1s, would you have given a Gen 1 a Dark type? Because none of them got Dark type until they got different regional forms. Well, good to see that you've missed the Tranquil there as well, Huxley. Nearly missed it. But I need to put a painted egg on if I'm going to do the miss flying types. There's no point at the moment. But you can also follow along with Sailor Tarze or Jack, who is doing a Dream Team quest in Fire Red and Leaf Green. So both versions are getting their team of 6 together. He is doing very well. I believe it's 4 and 4.5, depending on the debate in chat yesterday. Was doing some Safari yesterday, but has been doing that for a while. Does do shiny hunting across the field as well, including hunting for Joel in the swimming areas for fishing. So if you want to catch a fish on stream, also follow along with Jack and see what happens. And enjoy. Joel cameo in a Voices stream. Wow. Something like that. We do need to get Joel. I will point that out. Someone needs to get it. Well, actually needs both of them. They're fishable here. That's the thing. All of the fish. I feel like Gen 1 did have dark types. It would have been Primeape or Pinsir. Very nice. Very nice. We've also had the suggestion of Pharaoh, Arbok, Cloyster, Tangler, and there was one other. Gyarados, but it did technically get dark type for its Mega. But I get it could have also been one. Because Pinsir then would be and Kabutops. Kabutops, yes. I can understand the ones that were dual typing not being changed, because the way we have to sometimes look at it is they didn't change the typing, they added it. Apart from Clefairy, I think. Cubone wearing the mum's skull is pretty dark. Yes, yes. That's why the Alolan one worked really nicely. Really would be cool. Bug Dark. It's very well, yes. It was more that it felt like they didn't want to take advantage of their new Dark type when they released it. Like, they did Houndour. You couldn't get Houndour for, like, most of the game. So you pretty much had, what, Murkrow? Wasn't that the only one? I like Larvitar, Tyranitar, they were really late game. So by the time you got to play with their new typings, it was done. You'd finished the game. That was my thinking of why couldn't they have given us something in Gen 1 as well? Because that's like low kicks, isn't it? The Dark Bug. But see whether we can get shiny number 2 for the challenge today. For me, anyway. Of my choice. I was putting together some more bits and pieces as well for the June events, which is going to be quite fun to see how it goes. What, the cipher hunt where you kept putting the bug sandwich on when I told you to use that. You got Sneasel. Oh yes, Sneasel. Because that's what... After 7 badges you get Sneasel, is it? This is why I get more of an attachment to the stuff you get early in the games. That's the strange thing with me. I get so much more attached to the early route stuff because you actually play the game with them. But hey... I'm thinking we might not have the Scroll of Destiny during June. Well, you can still add to it, but you won't see it. A Golbat would have been cool. True, true. And it would have been... They could have probably got away with just making Crobat the Dark type as well. So I guess the next question is, how many Pokemon have actually had their dual typing changed since Pokemon got released? So they've basically lost the typing. Has it ever happened? Like, we've seen things get given stuff, like a lot of things got given Fairy. But did anything have a dual type and lose it? Like, they started dual types... yes, yeah. Which is why I think Magnemite got the steel typing, because it was just electric, wasn't it? I know, like, a couple of the ones that became Fairy are just Fairy, not Fairy normal. So, like, Jigglypuff technically gained its typing, but Clefairy swapped its typing, which is what a lot of people probably got tricked on quite heavily playing Fire Red Leaf Green. They're like, oh, I'll get a Fairy type, I'll be fine. And then they go in there, why is this normal type? Getting hit by a dragon. Hello, Ali. How are we doing? Welcome in. We have got over another 1,000 on this one, of course. I'm not going to get any early shinies, am I? No. We'll get one on about Saturday, I imagine, in this hunt. Maybe we'll fish. I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure it out eventually, right? Fish, fish, fish. Blipbug is there. When do we get... You should get it before you leave your house at the beginning of the game. If you look at your key items, we can show you the key items in a moment. I haven't ever pressed sort on them, so they're in yours, you get them. Let's check. Yeah, it's the first, well, basically the second thing you get. These are the first 4 things you get at the beginning of the game, if you've got the DLC. So you know whether it's worked or not, if you haven't got the pass. There isn't like a level of easy. Or there isn't what old, good and super odd, it's just one lot of fishing encounters. Just getting ready for work. Hopefully it'll be a good day for you. I went in the bag to check and I had both passes. Didn't even see the rod. I think they just gave up with the idea of you needed to progress and get a certain rod. Like, it's not the most important thing. Instead, they just make the fishing spots harder to get, or they up the levels, because the reality is you can still fish for like a level 5 Magikarp on like the last route, or something silly in Fire Red Leaf Green and stuff like that. So they progressed it. So the further the higher, it just is more similar to your encounters around you. I think that's what they thought would be a good idea. So I'm guessing it worked. I think we're about to hit an Adland, so there we are. There is an Adland. There is not a shiny Seedot, so we'll pause for a moment. But there is like a fishing spot here, right where you get the endorsement letter. So that is why we go there. Yes. Especially if you are going to properly shiny hunt those water types, right? It's horrible. It's horrible in all the games, to be honest. You already have a plan on how Pokemon Strange will be going. How is that? What is the plan then, Pokemon Gamer? Let's hear. The ads have failed to load for you twice in a row. That's good that they're not loading. I guess. I've seen sometimes they just sort of go on the right-hand side of the screen at times. Me and Astro are getting to see the film. See a film on his birthday. You can order your pizza to your seat. As long as it doesn't get delivered during the film, then it's all good. That's the way to look at it. Half stream, the Professor Voices Challenge, and DA's or Terrakion. Fair enough. Fair enough. You can get it delivered during the film. I hope they crawl around. What sort of dumb cinema that arranges cinema food to be delivered during the movie? Project Hail Mary, enjoy. If I play handheld and not care about the screen, so I should get the V2. You can obviously keep it plugged in as well when you are handheld for charging. I just think it's really bad that they should be even... Like, I think people moving around in the cinema, like getting up and walking around, is bad. The time we nearly yeeted someone's kid down the stairs during the movie because they kept running around. So, yeah. I don't like staff walking around. Alcohol is not good either. I've seen somebody who was drunk and punched a member of staff at the cinema because they asked them to leave. And it was, yeah. So, yeah, alcohol shouldn't be. You don't plan on punching anyone, maybe RKOing. Fair enough. Fair enough. Punching is not your style, no. I don't know if you've seen that there's this... Somebody's watched something old. Some old footage of Bron Breaker doing a storyline with Grayson Waller. And there's like a fight at the... They did a whole setup when Grayson Waller was fighting Bron Breaker in NXT. And the idea was they did something at the Performance Center and they had a big brawl and all the NXT talent had to pull them apart. And someone's going around saying they need to sort this out. They can't have their wrestlers doing this. And it's like you can literally see like baby Obafemi there. Thank you for the 65 badges for Shield. Hopefully you will be okay. Nothing too serious. Cool. I've been to one of them where you had a pint and a dessert. With the John Cena thing, it was kind of what like Huntress and I were talking about yesterday. It more confuses us more than anything else. How many seats are in one of those screenings then, Mrs. Astro? Oh, and there is Arsena with 22 badges. Welcome in. And a Gossiflor appeared in the chat. If you would like a Gossiflor. What are your feelings to the John Cena Invitational? In the screen, I'm looking at 14 sofas and 2 archers, so it's not quite as bad. Just coming into claim to see the new route. Does that mean we got the Hoot Hoot on Saturday? Yes. Was it Saturday? Yeah, it must have been Saturday. Because we would be over. Yeah, we did about 800 here. So that's my only shiny. So, like, the way to look at it is it's not designed as a proper cinema, as in seating arrangement. Can't wait for Danhausen to win the John Cena. What do you mean? Kit Wilson's gonna win it. None of the sofas with space in between. Yeah, so it's more of a... It's not so much a traditional cinema, so there is space. It's harder to get in the way. Thank you, thank you. I'm hoping we get another one. Just before Randy getting the 15th title. I don't think Randy will get another title. I still don't quite understand the end of Night 1 of Mania. It is novelty, but I remember being comfy. We have ones where mine are, where they're basically sofa ones at one of the Odeons. But I hate them because they're only sofas, so you can't go on your own, because you end up sitting next to a stranger. Mackey's. I don't. I think some of the cinemas you shouldn't bring your own hot food in. I go to I buy sausage rolls and bring them in. So, but I don't eat during the film. I don't like people eating during the film either, because they're too noisy. I eat through the trailers and the ads, or even before that, because I usually get there early so I can sit down in the aircon room. So I sometimes think it's got to do with how tidy you are as an eater. Like Mackie D's, it's rubbish food anyway, and it's just going to go everywhere if you don't eat it properly. You love popcorn as cinema, especially when you throw a bag of M&Ms. Because I'm paranoid about too chewier food or crunchier food, I don't tend to have it anyway. It's going to RKO, probably. But it'll probably make a mess. Yes, and that's the other side of it. It can also smell, and we don't really... You've got to also be considerate that it might not be so bad for the film you're in, but the time they get to clean between is not enough time to do everything that they probably should do, if that makes sense. And if you've decided to go in there with a big sloppy Mackie D's and the sauce is sprayed everywhere, the next person might end up... It might be harder to see to clear up. It might not get cleared up, and the next person goes and sits there and puts their foot in it, and it's just like, oh, because you couldn't eat a Mackie D's outside in like the 2 minutes it takes to eat a Mackie D's, you've made a mess for someone else. And that's not you personally, but it's going to be a large population of people because fast food is designed to be messy. But then the counter to it is they give out like these massive nacho sausage roll or hot dog things, slices of pizza. So, like, they're sort of anticipating it's going to be messy between. So, it's more... I always look at it as consideration. Is like, there's going to be someone else here after you. You want to be tidy. You don't want to just leave it for someone else to clear up. Which is why the main reason I don't like popcorn is I've seen people in... There we go, we got coconut mold. I have seen people in the cinema after the film, pretty much pour out the popcorn on the floor because they didn't want to carry it down the stairs. So that's why I don't really like popcorn and stuff. Instead of just carry it down and put it in the bin if they didn't want it, they just make a mess. They had popcorn left at the end. Never me. I don't expect... Like, I've bought sweets to go to the cinema and I finished them before the movie started. That's the main reason. It's just like, I finished them too early. As well. So there is that. And I also think that people are very selfish. You buy a drink, you walk up to your seat, you put your drink down, you drink it, and after the film, do you carry it down the stairs and put it in the bin that they literally put next to the exit for you? No, you leave it there, so someone has to go and clear it up. And then your counter-argument is, it's their job to tidy up. It's like, just be considerate. We're not asking you to carry it to your house and put it in your personal trash. Just carry it down the stairs. It'll save everyone a bit of work. You can get that idea that you have done something helpful. And yeah, that's the thing. It's not their job to tidy up, it's their job to hoover and stuff. Yeah, well, that's the thing. People get torn between what the two ideas are. They think they can leave it in a mess, and it doesn't matter. Yeah. That's the way I look at it. It's the same when you go to a crappy D's and get a meal and eat it there. You have it on a tray, you eat it, and then you put the tray over by the bin. And leave. You don't get the spray and wipe the table down, but you put the rubbish over by the bin. Or in the bin, and the tray there to get used again. Like, the one I went to was brand new built, and they had like a full-blown bar area at the top. So the thing I don't really like with mine is it is only escalators or a lift to get to the cinema screens. There are no stairs, unless the escalator doesn't work and you have to use the fire exit stairs. But there's no guaranteed stairs. It's not a crime. What's not a crime? The fire exit stairs. Yeah. They have fire exit stairs, but they're not ones you can just walk up and down. They are sort of behind the scenes stairs. But when the escalators don't work, they have to open it up. It's not difficult to get to, but there's no normal stairs, if that makes sense. So I personally don't like... I would prefer stairs. Partly for the tiniest bit of exercise. But my point is, you go up the escalator and there's a big bar at the top that you can go... They used to do food and drinks, but ever since the lockdown, it's never reopened. But the thing is, once you're upstairs, there's no security. So if you do go to the first screening, there is literally nothing really stopping you running in and out of all of the screens. I know I watched something, I can't remember what the film was, but there were some younger people, I want to say late teens, early 20s, running in and out of the movie to see the end of what we were watching. Because there were empty seats, they ran in, sat in the seats, and they got watched 5 minutes and then ran out and did something else. Because none of the doors have someone checking tickets, they only check the tickets when you go up the escalator. And that's it. Once you're at the top of the escalator, you can technically go in wherever you want. Any of the 10 screens. And there's no one checking your ticket. And I think that's quite bad. Because one, it's the age security as well. What's stopping somebody getting a ticket to see Toy Story and then walking in to watch The Evil Dead? If they know what screen it's on. So that's why you have 4 days off stream. Well, I have a pass anyway. I've got one of those limitless passes, so I can see as much as I want. That's why I have the pass. It costs because I've got the upgraded one, so I can go to the fancy screen without additional charge, or the sofa screens, because sometimes the films I want to watch are only in the sofa screens. It works out about £20, maybe less a month, instead of 2 trips costing you about 30. So it works out in my favour. Even if I only go once a week now. I used to try and do a couple, but nothing's really coming together very nicely, and it's a bit frustrating on that end of it. They used to be really good, like ones that just, you have to wait 10 minutes, you can walk into the next one. You can also follow along with Shills, who is playing Shiny Hunting across all of the Pokemon games too. There is some Lab Simulator, some Dynamax Adventures, a little bit of potential Radar in the future, Scarlet and Violet, Legends Arceus, Legends ZA, and of course the Let's Go event that is up on Shiny Dex. If you want to take part, feel free to enter some shinies. They have the Sunny World Unlimited and really gets their money's worth. As long as you go often, it pays. You can go, at the worst, you can go twice a week and it's paid for itself. Like twice a month and it's paid for itself. That's the thing. So that's why I sort of... People say cinemas are expensive, and that is what the difference is. So, for me, it's just me going to the cinema. I only have to pay for myself. I can do whatever I want. If you're in your situation, you would have... If you went as the family day out, that's 2 adult tickets and a kid's ticket. Then you have to get at least popcorn, probably for baby Huxley, probably popcorn for yourself, and if Mrs. Huxley wants something too, that suddenly adds up. And it's expensive, which is why when they started doing the thing where you could rent the movie at home for £20 during the lockdowns, there was this counter argument that for a family, it's a dream scenario. It's absolutely perfect. It's brilliant. But if you're a single person watching a movie, you don't want to spend £25, £25 to rent the movie. It's stupid. When it's twice the price of a cinema ticket. So that's where it became quite a difficult subject during the lockdowns, when they did start dumping, that's why Scarlett got a load of money. Scarlett Johansson sued Disney for a lot of money. But that's the thing, we've created, and since then the whole model has changed. It's shifted a lot. It used to be a minimum of about a 6-month window before the cinema, after the debut at the cinema, before it could get any sort of home release. And now you see movies that barely do a month. And there is a Brie with 124 badges. Good morning, Brie. And the cost does go up. We always nip in the B&M, get the sweets. Yes, and the counter to a lot of it is the time when you will most likely go is when it goes up in price. During the day, on I believe it used to be Monday to Thursday, maybe Wednesday, they are half price tickets as well. The radar experts are here. We have all of them. I don't know if Pokemon Gamer is still here too. I was going to say something, I forgot. But hopefully you are good today, Brie. And got some sleep. And Amy is on 107 badges. GG's. Welcome in as well. I was just going to say, just be careful. Get everything to work with one. The other thing is, did you get 2 capture cards? There is a Huntail in the chat if you would like a Huntail. because you won't be able to do 2 switches. I thought you said you were going to do 2 on the screen at once. Rhea was just saving all of her shinies for the radar event to carry the team opposite Huxley. I think we might have to have a little individual battle between you two. No, you'll stick to one. Okay. When I read what you thought, I thought you said you were doing the Professor Voices thing and then you were doing the DAs, and then I got confused that you were going to try and have 2 up at once. But you meant that you were going to do a bit of a stream on one and a bit of a stream on another. That's why I got confused. But hello, Amy. Hopefully you are good. When did the teams typically get announced? How far in advance? I don't think they are closing the entries until somewhere this week. And then it will maybe... I think they're going to be extra strict this time. If you haven't done it, you won't get put on a team. I think the last couple we've had some late people and they've been put on teams and stuff like that, but I think they're going to be very strict this time, and if you don't do it on time... Didn't want to say the name, Jack, but you know what I mean. I did see it on the event page that it was like, if you're late, it's not... There's no exceptions this time. The funniest thing is you promote it as well. But it's to do with the additional graphics and everything as well. Like they usually take a week after it. So yeah, I get that. Like, it's one of those things. I'll do it, and then it's like, oh yeah, why haven't I done that? But we'll be intrigued to see who the captains are as well. Part of the marketing. Part of the poster made it look like it was going to be Showdown versus Shiny Dex in a weird way. So maybe that'll be what it is. But not sign up. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. But they didn't put a date in the Showdown on it, but if it starts on the 22nd, I would think they would start throwing out some of the graphics or the overlay stuff that you can get within this week. So you can just download both sides of it. I usually just get it all and then build the little overlay slowly but surely. Because remember, after next week, I won't need the Shiny League one anymore, so I need something else to go in that gap. Maybe we could put the songs in that gap. Is that an option? I don't know. But yes, hopefully you are good, Amy. Sorry if I did miss the messages. I am good. You are doing alright. Did you end up joining in the DAs with Sophia yesterday at all? I know you usually do on the weekend. Or did you miss them yesterday? You can also follow along with a Bree Spills tea who has mastered radar now. And shiny hunting, just not lab hunt shinies. They still elude her. But soon the Bulbasaur will shine, along with all the other games that she will try to shiny hunt in soon. You can see some Mario Kart, Luigi's Mansion, Phasmo, Peak, Metroid, Confusion, Elden Ring, Confusion. But shiny hunting a lot at the moment. But no tea will be spilt on stream. Oh, did you hear about Huxley first radar? Did you hear how it went? Actually, it wouldn't matter. Huxley getting as many as he did doesn't matter. Uh, so basically, they did a little trial one together, and Huxley ended up getting 8 shinies in one chain. But of course, that won't matter in radar, so. Yes, he got 8. But as we said, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as you both got 1, that's the only thing that's going to happen. Like, the other 7 wouldn't count for Madar, would they? Because you've got to break the chain when you get a shiny. Unless you want it for personal choice. I know we got really lucky the other day. Why do you have to break the chain? It's basically, I think the main reason is just so if you did get to 40, or you're not basically playing 1 in 99. It does say 1 Pokemon per chain. It is in the rules. No, that's right. I'm really happy with the success. Yes. It is good to see that you both understand that it is quite a relaxing shiny hunting method as well. The only stressful thing is getting the chain together. That's why it is the 17 believers versus the full send 40s. I better not be on the full send 40s. And just because they are named that, you don't have to hunt that way. You don't have to hunt that way. Just make sure you understand that both Foxy and Brie, if you did get put on the full send 40, don't have to, you are allowed to do the 17s. So don't worry. Don't worry. See, the other little thing you could investigate, Brie, is finding a patch of grass you feel most comfortable working with. You're going to full send 40? See, I'm quite comfortable. I do 17, and I generally get a shiny every hour and a half. I very rarely do anything other than that. We were having a little chat about... We were trying to find a way to get the auto tracker to do something for every 4 patches of grass you check as a check of 4. And we're going to try that out on Wednesday. See whether we can get it to work. Because I know some people do want to check it, some people don't care. So it's one of them. It's one of the few that we haven't quite worked out where to put the check. If that makes sense. I did like to learn that if we figured out... You want to also check every time you press the radar that it's 4, right? Yeah, we have got an idea. We're going to try it. Walt has given me the planned idea. It is going to be an extra button, but I think whatever we do is going to be an extra button. I might do a slight variation on the one you've suggested, but that's only going to be relevant for me. That's the only reason I'm going to say it. I know you said about doing the 1. My biggest chain is 42. When do you start count? Once you get the chain at the number 1? I only personally ever use time. Like, we did it as a bit of a fun bit with the clicker I had to see how many we had. I wouldn't check anything that is wrong, if that makes sense. So if you're going for Buizel and you run into certain other Pokemon, I wouldn't count that. But it's difficult to explain without showing you on stream, but we're going to try it on Wednesday. Yeah, that's what I mean. Some people will count that, and some people will count just the ones that they actually encounter. Morning, Michael. How are we doing today? 56. Which one are you thinking that you would like to count, Brie? Just out of interest. Number 13 on the badges. Very nice. Had a few 13s. I know everyone's different, so very helpful to learn what everyone does. See, I've asked the questions before, and until recently, I think I was the only person that was going to count every bit of grass. Oh, we've hit the Adland. 1 month until you get your Switch. Very nice. I got a nice idea for Maida. Ooh. I was going to count the 4 patches. I wanted to. Like, it may just be a case you're going to have to do it your manual way if you want to do it. That's the thing. But I know, like, with it, the auto counter out, we were just trying to find a way we could trigger it. But nearly everything involves pressing another button. I know people who do it right away versus people who wait till their chain and then decide number, so I'm still thinking. Yeah, I always prefer, like, the thing is, if you're only going to count the things you run in, sorry, anything you're going to count the things you run into, you've got the number on the screen anyway with your tracker, with the device that it comes with, so I just run the time one. If you are going to do that, you will be able to use you can use the traditional auto counter, it's just the encounter, isn't it, message. But if you want to count the grass, like, the only thing that has come up is it is involving the thing that comes in the top corner, but it does work, but you've got to remember to press it on top of everything else, and it's whether you want to do it, whether you feel comfortable. You're going to let chat decide your hunts. Just remember to be careful that you don't let them pick Trophy Garden. I'm just going to use the time counter. I think on stream, during Maida, I will use the time counter, because as we say, the biggest problem with Radar is if the chain breaks and you're planning a 4-hour stream and it breaks at 3 hours, you can't really do much for that last hour. That's why it's a bit frustrating. You flipped the table, yeah, pretty much. You can cry, yeah. But that's why I have the Arceus as my backup. But then, during that, I may just turn the switch, not turn it off, but, put it on sleep mode, and it should save your chain. So we might be able to just build the next chain. It is possible. So, because I know it's a bit awkward for a few people because it's right over a few of the TwitchCon travel days as well. So it may be a bit quieter in the second half than it is in the first half. But I've gone, because the Shiny League is normal types, I'll get Cast Form ticked off. And I'll leave Cast Form there, I think, this week. Then I can worry about the rest later. Probably the best way to do it. Because then I will have got all 4 of my Cast Forms. So I'll be very happy with all 4 of them. The question is, do I try to find a copy of Brilliant Diamond so I can do Kecleon? Do I want a copy of both games? Does the old save data still count? You may go for Smeargle. Is Smeargle... That was up by the Tokopes, wasn't it? No? Was that in like 230-ish? I can't remember. I swear it was where we were doing Togepi. But I did... I personally don't want to go for the 2 higher level ones. 212, okay. Yeah, I don't want to go for the 2 higher level stuff. Because, well, we know why. They're harder to catch, and they annoy you, and they punch your Pokemon. I would advise not doing the ice area until you feel very confident, though. There is a Houndoom in the chat. If you would like a Houndoom, feel free to try and catch. That's going to be the rookie. No, it was the C dot. Right. I think we'll try to go to 1 to 50. That might be the best one. Then we can take the little break today. So we will just do this. You can also follow along with Arsena Plays, who does do a lot of the Pokopia game, a little bit of Champions, reaching the Master Ball level, as well as shiny hunting across the franchise. You can go see what he is up to, what he is building, fighting with, or collecting. But we will get this. We will. I promise. But not today. So I guess, like, I should ask Huxley more than... Or I guess Mrs. Astro might like to have a part of this. Do you reckon we're going to have a good announcement today? Most corn, I think. Maybe. Probably not. I don't know what a good announcement will be. To be honest. But it will be interesting. Announcement wherefore? I believe that Mr. Strama wants to make an announcement today. So... but when no one's really sure what it's going to be. I think it isn't bye-bye, it's more what he wants to change. He's entering the John Cena Classic. You know that's a popularity contest, so I don't think he stands a chance in that. And JD was 16. Welcome in. How are you doing? We never really went back to that John Cena Classic, did we? So, yeah, the thing for me is I don't quite get it. Is... One, we were sort of saying, we don't know... He says it's one night only, so they've already handpicked the people to be in that. So it's not going to be fan-generated. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. So what could happen is Danhausen gets squashed by Oba, and Danhausen wins. Like, what's the point? They said everyone has to qualify. I don't mind the idea of it being every wrestler has to have a match to qualify at some point, and that will be on Raw or SmackDown only. So it could give us some really unusual matchups. Make it very strict that there is no interference allowed, and they just get some time to put a match together. There'll be some that will be squash matches, like probably whoever Obafemi faces and whoever Roman faces. But then you could put someone up against Roman and they're more plucky and get some more offense in than he was expecting from them. Or something. So there are elements of that that's really interesting. But if they say... The thing that confused me is says you have to qualify, and then it's on one night. Then if you lose, you can still win. Then the fans vote, and we saw how Taboo Tuesday used to go. So nothing really makes sense. Like, if the winner of this competition is not Oba or Javon Evans, I think something's gone wrong. That's the way. I think it's their way of trying to see who the fans are more popular about. Like Michael Cole, Mrs. Astro. He's still undefeated at WrestleMania. And also, is it a male and a female? Like, is there a male championship and a women's championship? I didn't... Like, where's the... Are we just going to drag up the Soul Kazaria stuff all over again? Like... There's so much that doesn't quite compute in my head. It's like saying the winner of the Champions League is the team that lost in the playoff final to qualify for it because they were plucky, and everyone hates Arsenal and PSG. It's just, I know, like the Oscars used to get a bit of a slamming when they said they were going to do quote unquote box office performance movie of the year. It sounds like they're making it up as they go along. That doesn't sound unfamiliar, Mrs. Astro. Sol Ruka needs to be the winner of the women's, if there is one. See, I'm not as big a fan of Sol Ruka as everyone else. Like, I don't like the talents there. I just don't really like the Soul Snatcher. I think it takes too much setup. It's one of those finishers that is purely going to be, yeah, the other person happens to get in the wrong position just so she can hit it. It looks pretty, but it's a bit like how the RKO does just as much damage to Randy Orton as it does to the person whose head he drags down. I would rather they went with someone like Tatum Paxley. Win it if they're going to go for some new talent. If I'm honest. But if the fans are voting for it, I feel like it's definitely going to be Alexa Bliss winning it. Because she has the creepiest fans out there. No talent. It'll be Danhausen. He'll curse everyone else, anyone who votes against him. But it also didn't really explain how you vote as well. Is it going to be like a hashtag to support them? Is it going to be a poll with them all on that you can answer? Like, they didn't really explain that either. Because if it's a hashtag, you know it's going to get taken over by something controversial. I know that Seth Rollins is getting a bit thrown under the bus after his botches trying to do Will Ospreay's moves. At Backlash, I'm failing them miserably. And nearly injuring himself in the process. So there are a few things like that. But imagine it ended up being someone like generic and boring winning it, like Roman Reigns. Mrs. Astro's favourite wrestler, Roman Reigns. If Vince was in charge, we know that Austin Theory would win it. As well. It would definitely be Austin Theory winning it. What would be a really interesting one winning it is The Miz. That would be an interesting one if he actually pulled off the win. Because it would almost be recognition for his work. Just needs to stop being part-time. I don't think he isn't meant to be part-timer, but due to these cuts, I feel like some stuff might have changed. With the wage cuts they're demanding that people had signed a contract for. Like, I think a lot of people are speculating Oscar might be retiring as well. But nobody really knows. Like she's done everything. She is very, very secretive away from the big screen. So everyone knows that she does have at least a kid. But the kid must be at least in the teenage years. Because like she's never had long enough off to have a kid in the WWE for her like 10-year run. And you can't imagine she would have upped and moved if it was quite a toddler age. So you don't really know. But from what I understand, they had the match of the night. So that is good to see. Maybe they should have let them have their match at Mania instead of showing us Jelly Tot getting put through a table. Maybe. We keep spinning now. I don't really know what's going to happen tonight. Because part of me thinks they've low-key done a draft split of the pay-per-views as well. Because, like, there was no Cody or Gunther, but that's going to be the next title match. But they're already advertising it for the next show. So I feel like we probably won't see Roman defend his title on the next show. But you can't call Roman a part-timer when Cody hasn't defended his title on a pay-per-view. So, going back to a bit of my point is I don't quite get that final angle from night 1 of Mania with Randy Orton doing the punt, because we haven't seen Randy Orton since Mania. So I don't quite see what was the point in doing that punt and holding the title. And then Cody was the one that was back the next night. Not Roman. That is true. Like, Cody is... He's too nice. I wouldn't mind seeing him as a heel. I really want to see him as a heel. It's the one in Italy, so it's like Clash in Italy, or it might have a town or city. Because like, the other side of it is Roman might... Someone has put out the speculation that Roman isn't doing the international tours because of his previous illnesses and his immune system isn't as strong, so they don't want to risk sending him somewhere too far away from America. That isn't like just the payday in Saudi Arabia. So maybe if we were to reflect back on Roman's last year or two, has he done many shows outside of North America and Saudi? I don't know. It would probably need to check myself. But that might be why. Whether it is, it's going to be called Clash in Italy, though. I don't think... They haven't said for sure. I thought they had pulled him from a lot of June and July dates, which is basically the European tour. They haven't confirmed anything yet. But then it might also be that that's when Street Fighter is out that week and he can be on the European press tour as well. Him and Cody. Like, hyping that pay-per-view. There's a few little things. So I don't know if Mrs. Astro knows Roman's medical history or not when she says she doesn't like him being part-timer. They haven't really talked about it too much on screen in the last year or so. Was he? Yes. He's had it a couple... He had it as a kid and he's had it again. That's why he got pulled during the lockdowns as well. Because he was the one that was meant to face Goldberg. Then Braun Strowman had to step in last minute. So there is like this theory going around that his immune system is not as good. That is why he is more part-time as well. Because they don't want him travelling as much, and other illnesses and stuff will affect him easier. So that is a bit of why. And if that is true, then that makes sense. Final belt win, yes. I actually cancelled the network after that match. That was the moment where I was like, nope, we're cancelling. And never went back to it. Don't get Roman haters knowing he is part-time due to the condition and everything. Well, the thing is, like, we've learnt by... Like, you could almost reflect on it a bit with the Brock Lesnar, and Cody. They're the two best examples. When Brock came back, the music made you turn your head and go, wow, Brock's back. You see Cody every week and you're like, oh, Cody again. And that's the thing. There's a pseudo widow in the chat, and DJ is on 3 badges, 3 stream streak. Welcome in. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, people talk about Cody, it's like, oh, it's just Cody again. Don't care. But when someone comes back and it's like, oh, we haven't seen them in a few weeks, it feels more special. I don't even like his theme that much. It's not as good as his dashing one. I liked dashing Cody Rhodes. That was my favourite gimmick. I feel like my prediction from about 15 years ago went horribly, horribly wrong, though. I predicted that Ted DiBiase Jr. would be the biggest star of Legacy. Yes, only smoke and mirrors. I like it when they play into wrestlers having their nose broken or a part of the face damaged, and then they make them very vain. And they have to wear that mask, and it sort of becomes part of the character. If he does come to Europe, I pretty much would say I can guarantee you he won't be at a house show. I feel like that's a guarantee. He won't do a house show. I will be extremely surprised if he does. If he did, though. If he did, it would be very good to see. But I just... The problem with... Like, have you been to a house show before? And when I say house show, not just recording Raw or SmackDown. Because I've talked about the one time I've been before. And it was... So, the house shows, they sometimes trial rivalries you've not seen on TV. So, the one I watched was post Kofi Mania. And I'm pretty sure it was when... I think they went up against, like, New Day or against Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Or it may have been when Kevin Owens pretended to be part of New Day or something for a while. So that was like one of the matches was them. We had the Iconics who had just won the women's tag titles. So we had Oscar and Kairi Sane. And I feel like there was another tag team that was basically the one that had to take the pinfall, but they had that match. Morning Cypher, how are you? But one of the more noticeable one, we had R-Truth come out and demand a match. So you knew it was going to be funny. And the person that answered it was Walter. So I got to see Walter before he was Gunther live, basically beat up R-Truth, which was very fun. And we also got Aleister Black versus Randy Orton. Of all the matches. And Aleister Black won that match. So that was a lot of fun. The only reason I went is because someone won some tickets as well. We got Damian Priest versus Aleister Black. So that was probably when they were playing... Was that like one of the proper shows or a house show? But sometimes they just do odd matches just to see if there's some chemistry there. And if there isn't, they won't do it. Okay. Like, the thing is, they were advertising all sorts of names, and then suddenly they changed them. You missed the days of giant haystacks. True, true. But thank you for the shiny luck. We're going to do 2 more encounters, and then we're going to take a little break. We will have the quiz ready for you to see if you know your Dex order of a certain generation. I don't think Elite is here. Or do you want to do words today? It's up to you. What would you rather do? Words or a quiz? Because that is 1 to 50. Right. Quiz. Okay. We will do the quiz. Get it up. Let's get it ready. So this is Unova in Dex order. So I will wish you good luck, and I will switch the mic off and have fun and see if you win this one. It is going pretty well. I will say good morning to Pixel and Ben. Hopefully you are both well. You have got your gym badges. I believe it was 55 and 118 respectively. I bet you're glad that Arsenal won again last night. There is a Woobat in the chat. I've enjoyed watching the Fallout today. The internet has very strong opinions. Let's put it that way. Pixel trying to sneak in. We helped you at the end. Something like that. We'll find out tonight, because I think if we win tonight, we're safe. But we'll try to finish this off, shall we? See how it goes. Before we return to the shiny hunting. We always forget them. So I'm just going to put them in. I could spell them. I can't spell them. They're always the last two. I don't know why it didn't do it in order, to be honest. I thought I'd put Dex order in. Oh, we caught it. See, I'm just as bad. I can't spell any of them. But so far, nobody has missed a shiny. So don't worry. The Minccino is causing us problems because it's spelt annoyingly, right? Do we see if we can get the spelling thing to work? Oh, well, they're both in now. They are both. There we go. The ice creams. What else? Clink Clang. Are we going to get them all? I forgot what number we're on for the total encounters, so we'll have to check that in a minute. I wonder if the mummy music has come on yet. I did put the mummy music into the rotation. Oh, we're flying through now. Who will get second place? That's the question. Zwelos! How do we not have Zwelos? I might know how to spell it. No, I don't know how to spell it. Fine. Oh dear. Spelling is the biggest enemy in this. It's super effective against us. I swear that's how I spelt it. No, I put the I in the wrong place. Of course I did. Four times damaging on me. I think it's on all of us, to be honest. Pixel. Some are good at spelling, some of them are not. Mostly me. Now, if you were to do this solo, you would put the spelling help on, but I don't think it works with Twitch chat. What are the other mythicals? It must be Genesect, right? Malowella and Jealous. Not the knees, Mrs. Astro. Not the knees. Hardfish that isn't that Stunfisk. Wait, why did that not work? Mrs. Astro's emote didn't show. What have you broken, Mrs. Astro? We had the same problem with Brie a couple of days ago. This wasn't showing. It showed for her, but it didn't show for us. I don't know. I don't know. Everyone forgets Dynamo. It's ill. Double E at the beginning. Double E at the beginning. Because I always forget that. But yeah, Huxley had his meeting. That means he didn't miss the shiny, at least. I don't know what Mrs. Astro seems to have broken. We seem to have broken her. So there's still... it is going to be Mian Fu and Mian Chao last, isn't it? Because I can't spell them. Captu Betic. Septo. I swear I must have put the I before E. Or the other way around. The Cryogonal. And... oh, there's 2 single stage evolutions left. Or 3 if we include Cryogonal. What could it be? Stunfisk and what is next to the Bishop? What could it be? Who? Buffalant. There we go. GG. GG, everybody. That was 76 for Jade, 26 for Amy, and Wall with the 18. I took part. We'll close that. We don't need that. I did not think you get so many. I don't know why I didn't put it in Dex order. Yeah, it's helpful though to have the spellings fixed. Because we hate the spelling stuff. Thank you for the lurk, Sophia. Hopefully everything is good. You can also follow along with the Pixel Princess, who has been doing a lot of the Pokopia recently, minorly addicted, does do some lab simulator, some ZA shiny hunting, may join the Professor Voices challenge, also does some artwork, including yesterday's artwork session. You will get some doggo cameos, some Flirty Fridays, and check out the event on the 30th of this month. How come you can't redeem a certain individual? Have you spent too many coins? Which one can't you redeem? Only join if you understand. There we are, we got some Kid Wilsons. Is it some Joe Hendry that you can't redeem by a chance? So, shall I try to explain the basics of the rules to you, Pixel? Is it that it's too expensive, or that it just says it's on cooldown? Because I do have them on like hour-long cooldowns. So that might be what it is. I think we had it probably on... Yeah, they're on like hour-long cooldowns. So you'll have to wait for Joe Hendry to appear. So maybe we can say his name as much as we want and he won't appear. But yeah, Pixel, would you like me to go through it fully? What is called a brilliant bonus. So if we get one with some glow around it, I can show you. But the thing is, the reason why we say no knockouts is it is nearly impossible, unless you trust somebody completely, that they didn't do the brilliant aura technique. If that makes sense. So a brilliant aura is... Do we have one here? Do we have one here? Probably not, right? Of course we don't. That one, no. So, can we find a brilliant aura? It's just the technical term the Pokemon Company used is brilliant aura. What is a knockout strike? So, I can show you on the Pokedex, because you will need to put this picture in when you enter any of the shinies. So we'll use the Hoot Hoot as an example. Where is Hoot Hoot in the Pokedex? So this is a normal Hoot Hoot. I've battled one. So you can, hopefully you could get this picture if you get the shiny. Because we've knocked out some Rookies because of story and Squove at the story, it shows 3, so numbered battled. If that goes above 19, we're not going to be taking the entries in. Like, that's why I've said 19. It is easy to press the wrong button and accidentally knock stuff out, because you will have to do knockouts in battle and in... that's going to happen. You have to do knockouts in battle. You can't run from a battle. There's not much you can change about it. But the idea is you should be running from every battle. That is the goal of this challenge. Not to... Can I do a Strick 2? A Strike? Not, you can't knock them out. That's the thing. That's the point of this. If you knock them out, you will increase the brilliant aura spawns. We want to not increase the brilliant aura. There is no catch streak or anything. There is no such thing as a catch streak. Anyway. No, there isn't one in this. It's not like Let's Go. You probably don't like... You can catch them if you're working on a Pokedex. Does it count as battled? Well, we can try and catch one, can't we? We'll try and catch something. Let's see. Has PC been on? Yes. It has. But in recent, and we'll see. "14 minutes ago. In level up, but no, like, we'll see what it says in the Pokedex now that we've caught this. That was a Choodle. We've had one battled before today. So that actually does count as an extra one. So you can't really catch them either. If you want to level them up, you can do curries. If you want. It's not a problem. Curries is fair game. The other thing we said you can do is you can do these things called the Pokemon jobs. But then once you have to also take into account if somehow I get this or somebody gets the second Hoot Hoot, You can go and beat up as many Hoot Hoots and Noctowls as you want. You can go and knock out as many Torkoals as you want right now. If you don't plan on even catching a certain Pokemon, you can go and knock it out. I just don't want to encourage any unnecessary knockouts, if that makes sense. Because at the end of the day, if I say go and knock stuff out and then you come back and you say, I've caught this, but your knockout page says that you've knocked out 300 training or something, it's like, well, have you got a clip of you not getting Brilliant Aura? And then that's why I'm trying to just be very, very blanket strict that it's you can't do anything that unless it is not Brilliant Aura, or because the Brilliant Aura has a chance of being like 1 in 2,000 and something shiny if you've knocked one out. That's why I have to be a bit stricter with it. Those odds don't change between 1 and 19. That is why 19 is the cutoff, not 20. If you do 20, it lowers the odds again that you will get more Brilliant Aura and more Brilliant Aura shiny. Can you lose the streak? There are no streaks. There are no streaks in this game. The only streak is chain fishing, and you have to run from every chain for any fishing encounters. That is the main thing. The battle number that grows, that will never go down. That will be permanent. I can show you, because on my shiny charm save, I have done some other stuff, so I'll just show you quickly. You don't battle the Pixel, you run away. Yeah, you run away. Everything is running away. So this is a more finished save. So I can sort of show you something on here. So I think I can probably get Route 1 as the example, not the Dunsparce. So if I was to go on Wooloo here, I've battled 936. I can't do anything to make that go down, because I was shiny hunting on Route 1. So if I could show you, this might have a better chance at Brilliant Aura. I always go in this way. Don't know why. Okay, I was definitely further away. Yes, a bike. What's a bike? Oh wait, this is going to count as an encounter, isn't it? Oops. Never mind. Never mind. We didn't say it had to be accurate. No. Ow. Stop. Support runaway. I never ever run away. I'm just trying to get the hardest of odds. That's the only reason we're doing the runaway method. It is designed to test you as in the hardest hunts possible. That is the point of the challenge. If you do knock them out, like on paper, there is not a boost if you only do the random encounters. But I'm trying just not to encourage it, because if one person does it, the next person might say, why did you let that person do it? This is why it was going to be... Okay, so this Rookity here, you can see it's got this glow around it. That is a Brilliant Aura. It's not the clearest one to see, but that means this has a better chance of being shiny. So we can run into it. It's not necessarily going to be guaranteed, but it's got the extra roll. So that is the concept behind it all. And Noble has got their 4th. Okay. But the thing is, I don't want it to be that, oh, you've let that person do it that way, why can't I do it? That's why I'm being very strict with it. Like, you can put the video clip in, but it's going to have to be the full stuff, and I just don't want to get into a stage where one person it's okay and the next person it's not. That's why it's sort of been designed this way. But how are we doing, Noble? It's literally just to stop this type of debate where somebody will go, I've got this, and then they show me their page and they've done 500 knockouts, and it's like, well, there's no proof it wasn't brilliant aura, so I'm not taking it. But if, as I say, if there's one of the lines is complete, you can knock as many out as you want. I'm tired but fine. I've seen Sword and Shield and had to join again. We are doing a very ambitious shiny hunting project. This is a community event, so if it is something you are interested in, feel free to ask a little bit more information, but it's basically a very intensely difficult Professor Oak's challenge, but shiny only. So like, if we go back to Pixel, for example, if somebody has got Wooloo and Dubwool, you can knock out every Wooloo you run into. I have no issues with that because we've got the two. But if we still need the C dot, you shouldn't be knocking them out, basically, because you could gain the boost. Even though I don't think C dot itself can appear in the overworld, it's just easier if I say I'm not going to make a list of the ones where it's acceptable and the list of the ones where it's not, because that ends up being even more complicated for someone who wants to join. The rule is as simple: you're not knocking stuff out. If you do it a couple by accident, fair enough, it happens. But if you go out your way and just fight and knock everything out, it won't get accepted, pretty much. And that's why I've had to be pretty blanket strict with it. For the community has found 4, which is Psyduck, Electrike, Torkoal, and I did get the Hoot Hoot. Yeah, it's also quicker to run away. But it's easier just to set that as a blanket rule than set different rules for different things, because then it will get complicated. And that is the point of it, just to be at the hardest possible odds. Like, if the Brilliant Aura thing wasn't a thing, then you could knock out as many as you want. I don't care. But the problem is it is. So I just have to, again, because I'm playing the rules that I would have been playing as well. That's the other side of it. This is how I would be doing this challenge if it wasn't opened up for everyone to join. And the fact that this has lazy controls makes it a bit easier to run away. Is it just me, or isn't that the shiny drops have gotten lower than the previous gens? And without the shiny charm, it's been 1 in 4,000 since X and Y. But it's easier to see things in the overworld when you do Scarlet and Violet ZA. Resets are a lot faster, if that makes sense. So when you're doing Scarlet and Violet on the Switch 2, you can open up a sandwich and you'll get 30 spawns on front of you. Put the picnic up and down. You're checking like 90 in like a minute. Your odds are still the same, but you would end up getting the roll quicker. In this game, it's this is still the same as what X and Y would have been like. Your odd numbers. We'll just go through how the only way you can actually increase something's shiny charm is if you do the Brilliant Aura. But that is the only way in this game. Like, the idea is no shiny charms. Would hate that statement. Do they happen to have another challenge themselves? I watched that video and all I got was a headache. I don't have a clue what they were rambling on about, but good for them. They made 40 minutes out of ramble. uh, I had no idea what they were talking about in any shape or form. But the idea for this was we all started a brand new save file. Like, you can go and get some DA Pokemon, so you have some strong stuff. You can get Watts to get the preferred Pokeball of choice. Like, everything is out there. Have I asked if what favorite shiny legend or not? My favorite shiny legend. If we're going to keep it to the ones that have officially been released, we have hit the Adlands, so I may wait till after the Adlands before I answer, just in case Noble is stuck in the Adlands. We will see. But what would we pick? I think I know the answer. I think. But as we say, we'll wait. So if you... Because we went and got loads of luxury balls for this challenge. Like, these are just the apricot balls that we've been getting. You can tell how often I've restarted this game or done a new save on this game. Yeah, we'll just wait for the Adlands to just finish, and then we'll be back and ready to answer the question. Because I don't want you to miss it, and then... but I think we've broken Pixel. I think we've completely confused her. Completely and utterly confused her. But that's the thing with these sort of challenges. Not confused, just don't like. You don't like how difficult it sounds, I think. I think if you could just knock them out, you would probably take part, right? But my favourite shiny legendary is probably Ho-Ho. What about yourself? So I wanted to do something where it was more full odds, but I can't bring myself to play Fire Red Leaf Green because it gives me headaches playing it. So I chose the next game back that I enjoy playing. It's just reverse the usual playthrough. Well, as I sort of said, if like even if you're just going to get one for your shiny playthrough that you're going to do, just don't knock the thing you're targeting out. So that's the other good thing with this game is you have the lazy controls. So as soon as you're in a battle, you can just use the up and down. So you can just jump straight to run, which you don't get in Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, just get it on the first encounter. That makes sense too. Yeah, that's kind of why it's been set up to be quite strict. Like, we have had people that have never been in stream show an interest and join as well. So it's not like it's only the people that have been in stream that have seen it and jumped in on it. Like, I'm taking part, like, same with Wall here, we're both taking part in another one in ZA. We're doing a Professor Oak's challenge in ZA for Zake, or with Zake. So we've both got a couple in that. You've probably got a lot more than me, but I've got 2. When I'm bored, I'm going to do some EVs. Yes, the review of World War Bigfoot just went live. I did watch World War Bigfoot in the end. I wish I didn't, but I did. How was it? I've had one new thing, but a total of 4. Okay, wait, what did you get in the challenge? It was pretty terrible. There was very little Bigfoot in it. It was more the 2 sides. You got the Shuppet. Okay. Are you going for an EV? I know there's not many left in this segment, is there? Is there 13, 14 left? If I'm not mistaken. There's a Mobostive in the chat. I've only done a few hundred. I haven't done too many. The thing is, I did it as a stream just to see whether I felt comfortable doing it for an extended time, and then we got the shiny. Then I thought, well, you know what, when I've got like a quiet evening, I'm just watching some streams, I can just do that on the side, and I went and got the second clef. So it's like, you know what, I can just do this on the side. I'm not going to put too much, like lots of time, but it's the same with this. I don't expect anyone to dedicate like their whole day to it. If they want to do 2 or 3 hours, they'll do 2 or 3 hours. Like, if they would prefer doing something else, they'll do something else. Like, I think it's important when you do shiny hunt to mix up what you do. Never commit to just one thing at a time. Because the more different things you do, the more comfortable you'll get. If you stick to one thing, you can easily lose interest in it. And by doing that, yeah, it gets a bit frustrating. Did you manage to sort out the collections you were looking to put together? Or was it only like the living decks you were trying to do? Becoming crazy. Pretty much. Thank you for the hydrates. Because like my new way of doing the collections is I will think of a collection I want to do and then do the track process and then backtrack. Yes, everybody stay hydrated. It was mainly just for liver decks. Okay, so I get that it's a pain to backtrack through it. It's difficult because it probably wasn't a feature at the beginning. I know that the track number thing has only been put in the last few. To try to avoid manually adding my entry collection again. Yeah, I get that. That's why I was talking to, I won't say who it was, but it was another streamer. We were talking about this idea of, so I don't know if, I'm assuming you're a little bit like me because you're doing this challenge and your own collection you've got to save. You've probably finished ZA and you're doing the Zake one, so at least got multiple saves. We were saying something like, if you could do this, where is it? Where is the trainer card? So on here, I can put in that I'm playing Pokemon Sword. I can put the ID 748422, and when I put a Pokemon in, I can click that it's this trainer ID, and it will filter it down to only be Sword. That makes sense. And then I know it's like a lot of filters, and that will be horrendous to code. But the idea is I can then look at that trainer ID and see what shinies that trainer ID got instead of just what I got in Sword. 40 more shinies then catches some crazy luck. 40 more shinies then catches some crazy luck. Oh, that's because I've got a living dex. I've put my Volt in here. Yeah. But that would be like the concept. You can see how good that trainer did. So like it would be able to like automatically, like if you did like a shiny badge quest or something, you can see what's showing up there. And that was like an idea that we sort of came back. So you could click on your trainer ID and then there would be a page of all of the things you got with that trainer as that trainer, instead of just what you got in a sword or a shield, or etc. etc. And we were talking about it because we were trying to break someone else's stats down because they're doing a multiple challenge. So the idea would be that they could see which save file got the most shinies, rather than having to manually check it. So when they looked on a collection, they could filter it by that. Yeah. But I also understand that it's very, very complicated to really word correctly. Hello, Ape. How are we doing today? Enjoying some lunch, or is it the day off? But that was sort of something we were talking about. So it's sort of somebody who is playing for their 4 instances of the game. They're doing a same challenge. So when they get to the end, they can put in, this one is game number 1. These are the shinies I got on this one. Game 2 got this one. And again, it's all to do with crunching numbers and stats. But I completely understand how difficult that would be to set up. And I also know it's probably only going to introduce a couple of people. But had to jump in for a co-worker. That's interesting. I'm guessing it is a particular. Yes. Well, it's because we were talking about it and we sort of built on it as we were having a chat. Fun thing over here, Ape. If it is your day off, it is actually illegal. Well, it will become illegal for your employer to phone you and ask you to come in. I don't know when it officially goes through, but it's going to become illegal to contact an employee outside of work hours. But I guess the other side of it is some extra pennies or euros for TwitchCon, right, Ape? Maybe what you earn today could be the mitts. But I hope you get another day. I think it's just going to be an English law until Dumpling and his sheep take over. Then it won't be a thing anymore. It's something they've been trying to push. In fairness, both parties have tried to push it. It's not a Labour thing. It's not a Conservative. It's a joint decision that they want to bring that through. It's got to do with like your rights, because it makes it, the idea is that you need to be told this is your time off. Go and enjoy your time off. If you're not there, if they want you to do some hours, they have to contact you at work. I'm fine with the sheep getting power. I'll be back in the kitchen, living the best life. Maybe. But they'll probably hate you for being unemployed as well if you're back in the kitchen. You can't win. You're not going to win with them. Unless you're probably a crypto bro, you're not going to do very well with them in charge. How will they... How will they as you covers for sick co-workers? I guess that there will be some element of for certain roles, but like the problem is that they're just so the argument is if you're being told that is your day off and then you get a phone call, you've lost one. You could turn around and say, no, you're busy. They could try and guilt you into it, and so on and so forth. And then suddenly, you have to work the extra day. They're not allowed to do that either, technically. Because then that would mess up how they do the payments and everything. But that's meant to be what they're bringing out. There's probably going to be some form of exception. Like especially if you're in any sort of medical field or emergency services. But if you are just somebody who does a job that can be done by pretty much anyone, they're not going to be allowed to call you up. Not for all of Europe, it's legal generally. It's the additional work is needed to run the business or department in the case. Probably don't phrase 1000% correctly, but I do know it's allowed. It has always been allowed over here. It's just they're trying to make sure that people don't get... Because like in the UK, I don't know if it's the same in Europe, they've got a lot of these silly 0-hour contracts, which they're going to make illegal as well. So in a 0-hour contract, you literally don't know when you're needed. You could get 5 hours one week, you could get 25 the next, but you can't take another job because you don't know what days you might be free. So they want to make them illegal. Work resourcing. If you don't account for sickness It's on the business, it's not you. Yeah, that's the reality. It's not your problem if someone is sick. Like, you're paid by the hour or to do X amount of hours. If somebody doesn't turn up when you're not there, at the end of the day, it's not your problem. It's their problem. They shouldn't be pestering you. And that's how I think it needs to really become. But then if you are emergency services, then it's an exception. But you would know that by doing that job. You can't just turn around and say, I don't fancy doing it today. Because you'll probably be just on call rather than anything. You never know what happens and how quickly you'll get called in. It's probably one of those things that someone can opt out of. And companies will probably opt out clause into contracts. It might be one that you could maybe opt. I want to say the opposite to you, but maybe you can opt into it. Because I think the default is going to be they can't do it. They might be able to say, do you mind if you are on call? Don't give me not having my shift covered doesn't make sense. A place Mr. Ash used to work had a European work standards opt out of their contract. Okay. But I know it's had lots of debate. It's a bit like how they changed all the landlord stuff in the UK. Isn't it, as well? And that didn't go down well. He tried to opt back in. Had to give 3 months notice. It's one of those that's like a really interesting middle ground, because if you are working the 40 hours a week and then they turn around after you've done 40 hours on your day off and phone you up and say, can you do another day? You could just be like, I need that break. But if you're on like 20 hours, you're more likely to say yes, if that makes sense. That's, I think, where the middle ground is. That's why you have, like, that's why they've created the zero contracts, like certain companies, so they don't have to pay salaries until they need them in the building. Now, I even went to my local Sports Direct to go to the game kiosk, and it's a one with 2 floors, and they didn't even have the tills open on the top floor, right next to the game, which is like free shelves of video games nowadays. And they've got tills built in, but they don't have them open. The game kiosk. It is pretty much a kiosk, literally. If you ever Google Sports Direct and game shops, you will see. So you imagine what a big. I don't know. I doubt you've got Sports Direct in Germany, to be honest. But if you've got like a major sporting shop, you like have the football kits, the tennis, the golf, whatever. Instead of it being that, there's a video game segment. Which is basically just toys nowadays. Game used to be a proper big store in the UK. For mandatory overtime, he needed some legal protection to stop the stupid clause. Yeah, and that's why they want to have this thing where there is no, you don't have to do overtime. There's no mandatory. It's trying to give some rights back to the workers, because the other side of it is, if somebody does say yes and does 50 hours, that's 12 hours that could have been given to someone else to come and do the job, and offered up another job for someone else. And if everybody was doing 50 hours over, suddenly all it was let's just hire another employee or 2 employees, lighten the load, get the best out of your employee. I'm not saying he was doing a bad job, but being burnt out means he probably wasn't working to his best abilities. And if he did just the basic one, did his 38, he would have probably worked harder, put more effort into everything, and been better mentally, which is what the problem is. Mandatory, yeah. I remember when I was young and dumb, shall we say, when I was at college, I used to work part-time, and the day my exams were coming out, I got told like 2 weeks before that they needed me to work that day, and I said, no, I want to get my exams. It wasn't my normal day to work, but I'm going to get my exams. And they were like, no, you've got to do it, and just told me I wasn't allowed to. And because I was not as knowledgeable, I just ended up doing it and then had to wait for them to come in the post. Yeah, and that's the thing. Employ more people. Which the younger lot don't really understand what it used to be like. It's not the term, they took his job, as they put in South Park. It's they don't want to hire. They don't want to have too many and more people than is needed. That is the new world order. And it's the scary world order. But if we all become crypto bros, we'll be fine, right? Because it didn't take them too long to see Mr. Profits above all. Like we were, because I got a friend who owns a business. So we were talking about the new extra money he's having to fork out now for petrol prices. And what we were saying is, you should not be reporting record profits without record sales. Because if you're reporting record profits without record sales, you are taking advantage of your employees and your consumers. Because why are you making more money on the same or less sales? Because you're not keeping employees, or you're overcharging people for your product. And that's the reality at the moment, especially if you work for BP. That's the horrible side to it at the moment. And it's all about bragging about that record profit. I feel like I crashed stream now. Well, we don't mind talking about basic things like that. So don't worry, Ape. Like, we will talk like more political things without being one-sided. Yeah. We do try to pose the conversation on both sides. If you turn around to me and said something the complete opposite to what I'm saying, I would offer the discussion the other side. I've learned a lot of these from extended times in beer gardens, where I have a friend and we basically have conversations where we talk both sides. We almost play a role in a weird way. Afternoon, Varus. I am doing good. How are you today? Yeah, except for that party. And have you seen about their wise and powerful leader? Have you heard all about their wise and powerful leader? Yes, Mr. Fromage. The cheeky 5 million, exactly. Oh, it wasn't when I was a poeter. It's like you pocketed some money for something, so. And as I think it was probably James O'Brien said, if it turned out that Strama had taken a cheeky 5 million off a Thai cryptocurrency millionaire, you would be throwing him under the bus demanding he retired, or quit, or got put in jail, or something. I think from your life. So you've gold ducked him. That's the term. There won't be costumes. Picks out, no. Basically, yeah. You don't want to hear anything about him. And Ape has got 23 badges. I just call him naming any gold duck who catch Nigel. Get the shiny one. You know what's funny? When he was on I'm a Celebrity, he was saying he'll be the first Prime Minister to have been on I'm a Celebrity. Don't you mean I want to be a celebrity, but I'm not talented enough? As it should be called. And there is a Dorcas with 33 badges. Welcome in, Dorcas. Hopefully you are enjoying a nice day off. Well, yeah, that show. I don't give them my time of day, that show. I don't care who's on it. I'm never going to watch it. That is my rule, pretty much. I don't have the patience for it. You can also follow along with Dorcas Dragon, who is working on a shiny living Dex with the community in Fire Red, Leaf Green. Currently collecting Weedles. I'm not sure why. I think it might be used to make some form of food in Gen 10. But also does do a lot of work to help the community and streamers follow their dreams in the streaming world. So check Dorcas out and see what is going on and collect some forbidden fuevos on your way in. The event is Shiny Living Dex Community Challenge. There we go. I did spell it right. There we go. You can follow it along on Shiny Dex too, if you do get a shiny in that game. I can't just call it Dorcas or Solar, that's the problem. Well, I guess I could call that one Dorcas and the other one Solar, couldn't I? For booster. I'll probably forget it if which way round I did it. I don't even know what an angry ginge is, to be honest, Ferris. I don't really know many so-called big YouTubers. We could do Dorcas Skorupi. We could do, but then I have to remember how to spell Skorupi, and every time I try and spell it, it hurts my brain. Well, Dorcas has woken us all up now. No sound. You're going out, but you have the tab for the lag. Thank you for the lag. And enjoy your trip, even though. So enjoy the trip. We'll do the wave. Another Weedle. Yes, another Weedle. Booster Thursday will just be Weedles. He's a football YouTuber who won I'm a Celebrity. Okay. That's like telling me who is the leader of the Liberal Democrats. I don't know the answer. And Spike has hit 124. I think Mrs. Astro, Mr. Astro, Huxley, and most of the British people will be looking to move to the Netherlands if that ever happens. Let's put it that way. If the Fromage man gets any sort of power. But anyway, what is at the cinema this week? I believe it's the horror movie called Obsessed. We'll go and move into Pixel's yard. That or Island. Mr. Astro was born in Scotland, so maybe we could Brexit the UK and live there. I don't think that'll go through because he won't let them. He's gonna, if he gets any power, he'll probably try and do what certain orange people want to do, and put out a load of paperwork that will never get put through. Shall we put it that way? I just hope that he gets caught out being to a certain island. Oompa Loompas want to do that. Always knew they were dodgy. Well, maybe the biggest one who ate too many bits of bubblegum. Instead of turning purple, he turned... No, violet. He turned Orange. Violet, you're turning violet. As they say in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. But never mind. Did you? I did like the Timothy one. Yes. I think I gave it 5 stars. I might have been the only one. You need to watch the new Wonka. I know they actually filmed some of it not far from me as well, so I got a bit more. I know that area, so I got to see all the behind the scenes stuff way too early. But it does feel like a prequel to the original, not the Johnny Depp one. It has some weird songs, for sure. But they work. And it felt like he was like a young Gene Wilder. You really want to get the shiny on route Hard Gold Soul Silver this decade, please? What are you up to? And which shiny are you hunting for in Hard Gold? We are just in and out land, so we will wait. Before we commit... No, we have the Urshifu. Hugrad looked off to me. Yeah, that was a weird one. They didn't want to get the right casting for that one, but it's just in his weird little characters at the moment, Hugh Grant, be it the gangster or the Paddington thief. So it's interesting to see what he does next. It's nice that he's not playing boring one. You have the Whooper Merry Zubat. You've been hunting on and off since 2020. Oh, is that on one save file then? But we are back from the Adlands. But we'll see. We'll see. There's so many movies though. We say this, like, when we look at this year, I've finally seen a trailer for Odyssey. And I'm like, okay, I'm watching this. You're at 33,000 on sale, no phases. Wow. I'm sure you'll get one soon. It feels like it's got to treat you eventually, right? That's so far over. You've probably got like 8,000 on everything. Yeah, and the Odyssey looks a lot like Jason and the Argonauts. Just actually good special effects. That's what it looks like to me. I wasn't really sure what it was going to be, but it looks like that in a weird way. One man's journey across fantasy worlds of ancient Greek mythology to save his son. The only thing that looks weird is Tom Holland playing someone's son when he's like 30 now. Yeah, a little dramatic saying this decade, but the thing with the shiny hunting, it takes, sometimes you're just going to get one that just gets you and it takes forever. So I'm just hoping it is the lucky one sooner rather than later. If the games ever became available on the Switch, would you transfer the hunt to the Switch as such? Or are you happy playing it on the DS, 3DS? Your Dull Hunt. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I would love to get some more of the DS games, or the DS games on the Switch. Really would. I would love to be able to stream them at some point. It is one of my main goals. And afternoon. Cheerio, no worries. Good to see you are here. Hopefully you had a good morning. Or at least some sleep. Okay. There is an Among Us in the chat if you would like a little fungus thing as well. It's not a monotype, it's just a basic thing today. Nothing too important. I'm thinking of changing the font on the number 4 so it's a bit clearer. Do we think we should? Because apparently that's bold. And I'm not quite sure how. And we have also talked a little bit on stream about some of the milestones that I might be adding for the charity stuff in like the same as the 4 word. The word I can't know. That's come from like a cool font generator. The top one and the total come from a cool font one. The stream is going well. We haven't got any shinies, but we're having plenty of chats along the way. But we're going to be doing a charity event through June. So we've been talking about some of our like milestones. And I've been umming and ahhing like single rewards. A little bigger. Be better. Yeah. Well, I'm going to get rid of that logo at the end of the week too. So that is another big thing. So there'll be a bit more space there. I don't know what's going to go in that gap. I might put the songs in there, to be honest. And just leave them in the VOD. Whatever. But yeah, the plan was going to be claim a shiny or catch you a shiny. I've decided that I think when they're individual rewards, you can actually pick to basically purchase one, from what I understand. So instead of it be one or the other, you can purchase the claim a shiny or catch you a shiny, non-legendary. Oh, why did you say... Oh, and why did you say about getting rid of the scroll in June? It is pretty much for that, yes. It's not so... we'll still have an element of the scroll. It's just I need to put the tracker somewhere for the event, and that basically the overlay will be right along the bottom. So I can't really put it anywhere else. So that is the main little thing. I can't really do... I need to put a tracker to show the goals on screen. And it's literally that size, the whole of the bottom of the screen. So it will say 0 out of whatever I decide to make the target. Depends how good Mrs. Astro's credit card is to how much I want to make the Joe Hendry cosplay. To say the least. But most of my stuff is just sort of the hexagon game, tier lists, claim a shiny. I'm gonna put all of the shiny legendaries in a place where people can get them, even if I only have one. Even if they're in the main challenge, they'll be up for grabs if people want them. But it's quite an expensive one. You have 11 grand carry card. Let's go. And it will be for a good cause, right? But no, it's sort of set up a bit higher. But then I've seen other people's and they're a bit lower, so I don't... how much is Joe Hendry? I haven't made the final decision yet, Mrs. Astro. Let's put it that way. I am... Yeah, 11,001p. Baby Astro fun to a Joe Hendry cosplay, yes. And the worst thing is I can't find a shirt anywhere. And I'm not going to bleach my hair. I'm going to go for the original Joe Hendry. But yeah, that's the only one that's like a bit more of an extreme things. Everything else is just sort of one of the landmarks is going to be do your favorite Pokemon from each type in each generation that I'll do on stream. One will be, that's a milestone that I want to do. I'm still tempted to put Gale of Darkness in the milestones. I don't know if I will commit to it or not. But there'll be a few of us. Yeah, she agrees. It's for a good cause when she's older. Singing Grimsby is part of the cosplay, right? Something like that. Milestone for Let's Go DTQ. Nope, nope, nope. One of the milestones is going to be a PCG race stream. Which will be interesting. And one will be... So whatever spawns in PCG, we've got to catch a shiny within that 15 minutes. And it won't just be me, it can be anyone who wants to take part. And we'll see how many we can get done. As soon as the next spawn appears, the timer is up. We've missed it, you can carry on hunting it if it's something you want for yourself. Let's be honest, unless they do Talo, I think everything is catchable somewhere. It's just some are easier than others. It won't be like whoever gets it first, it'll be to get as many as we can in the 15 minutes as well. But we'll make it at the whole stream. If not catchable, then 15 minutes of words sorted. Something like that. Something like that. But there's also one where you can pick a tier list for me to do. So there might be one where it's like the Pokemon game tier list. I'm sure there'll be some controversy in there. Sure there will be. Someone at work gave me a super user permission. Now I'm scared that I'm going to delete the business by accident. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We could do a duck tiering system, so put all the ducks in a tier. You got the power. Well, it depends. As long as you take all the money out of the business first and then delete it, then there's no proof there was a business there in the first place. And then you can get an even bigger kitchen. And that has like a no Astro entry sign on it. You don't have super user permission for the money, just the data. Sell the data. Like everyone else does. Is that morally incorrect? I've been having trouble. Yeah. If each piece of data is £1 towards Joe, you could get a few. I couldn't get on the Pokemon Center website on Google yesterday. It keeps telling me suspicious activities and wouldn't let me on. And I don't know why. Like, no one else has been on that site. Go on Microsoft Edge, straight in, no problem. Can you explain? Can you explain how that website works? 159 stream streak for Shirio. Very nice. Next landmark tomorrow. But so I'm taking that as a no to selling the data. Right? I heard there's a crypto bro in Thailand that pays quite well. uh, sure has hit 187 badges. Very nice, very nice. Having very against GDPR. Don't know what GDPR is, but great Golduck praising ritual. Golduck deserves praise regularly. General data protection regulations. Okay. Okay. Oh, don't worry. If he gets some power, that'll probably get deleted as well. That'll get yeeted. Oh, that'll get deleted. Don't worry. Yeah. You'll make money then. Yeah. They probably already have made money. No, no. No, not that one. Scrafty Joe. Poor Scrafty. I wonder what Pokemon Mrs. Astro will put in Joe. Other than Zygarde, probably. The knees will be locked away. Well, it was really sunny when I got up this morning, and why is it like looks like winter's hit? Winter has come. Wilkiko, we know we'll get something. It'll be in our favour. Rockety! Let's see. How are we doing today? Do we think anyone will get a shiny in the challenge today? And also, do you like the new tracker font and colour? Does it look better or worse than the white? Let's see how well it goes down. Oh no. No to the shiny. Okay. Boo those shinies. Boo those shinies. You like the yellow on purple. Definitely looks good. And readable. That's good. That is good. Hoot hoot. Or it'll be another hoot hoot, won't it? That'll be what it is. Another hoot. But the font is harder to read. Okay. I can play with the fonts a bit. I was trying to have it more as like the Pokemon text. I have to see what we've got on the computer. I always forget which ones I've actually got. Okay. Well, the actual shiny Professor Voices one. Now that's Hollywood Hills, apparently. That's what it's called on the Cool Font site. Just with, I forgot what the color branding is. I completely forgot what the colour branding is. I did try a couple of the fonts. I'm not very... I would like to get the same font that I've got for the number below the total, but I can't remember what it was called. There's a marrow in the chat. If you would like a marrow, feel free to try and catch it. Because it would be more like a digital number, wouldn't it? Which I think could work nicely. Now you need to throw a Pokeball at it. You can't throw an emote at it, Huxley. Have you found that tadpole yet? Oh. There are some interesting ones on that site. But it's more you make it on the site. You can't edit it. Nope, the pool is empty now. Or nobody bothered to catch it. Maybe I will beat you to the shiny charm. Maybe. Can I beat Huxley to the shiny charm? You bought 10 passes and got nothing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is where it's just ridiculous. It kind of feels like you could just buy it or properly trade for one of the passes. And how many belly bolts do you have? That's the better question. How many of the belly bolts do we have? Nobody puts marrow in the corner. Just the one. Fair enough. Can you de-evolve Pokemon in this game? Give it a Thunderstone and maybe it becomes baby. Is that worth a try? And how many eggs do you have left? Or how many eggs does everyone have left to hatch? That's a question, isn't it? Or I can breed it. I'll happily pay for battle eggs. Don't ask why I've got a fledgling as my buddy. Shh, just ignore it. Just ignore it. You didn't see a thing. Was never there. C-dots. 35. I've only got like 3 painted eggs and a few starters left. But because I couldn't be bothered to do much, I just put something I need candies to evolve as my partner. So just off the top of my head, some of the things I know I need is I need a Nidoqueen, I need Sill, Cloyster from Gen 1, but I also need Talonflame. So I'm not happy. What's this for? The PCG. I only need 39 more Pokemon to get the shiny charm. It's just looking at what's missing. It's just funny, like, about a month ago I needed Pidgey, Sentret and Yangoose, when I needed less than 100. But I have finally got some of them. I think Tangrowth was my new one yesterday. So that was good. What we've tried. I've been trying to, but we can't. It just gets put in a pool, doesn't it? That's the problem. You can't directly trade with anyone. That's the big problem. I got one. Go throw in the pool. Okay, I will be looking a bit later. I can't look at it when I'm live because of how I have my tracker set up. My auto tracker is different to what the video says, and I have to be watching the stream for it to work. So I can't really open anything else, or it will lose the region that I need it to be on. It's really a weird setup. But it is my choice to have it this way. So like all the videos are saying you put another scene in your streaming platform and get it off there, but I don't have Shiny Dex on the streaming system. So I can't do it that way. But I have it on the other laptop. And I have OBS on there, so I can start the virtual camera on there and do all the auto tracking there, and it works smoothly, like you would barely notice. But I just don't want too much running at once. And with that open, I don't know how much computer program software the virtual camera takes as well. So I'd rather be safe than sorry. Pretty much. So instead of me being in the stream manager, which I prefer being in, I have to be in this mode. Because I can't set the stream manager up unless I'm live. And I don't really want to fiddle with it when we're live. I like to have everything set up so it's all done, it's ready to go. Hence why I've already made the Route 3, 4 and Galar mine trackers. With all of it set up so the autocanner should instantly work. You may learn a lot that I plan a long way ahead. Just for a few minutes, we'll take them off. I think the next thing will be getting some more comfortable headphones. For sure. But on to the waters. Let's just have more of the stretch as well. But after 7 days on this, we've had one shiny in, what is it? I want to say about 6,000 encounters. It was about 4 and a bit, wasn't it? It might have been 4.3 or 4.4, give or take. But we'll see. And according to the other tracker, it took 24 hours to get a shiny. So, we'll see you in about Saturday for another one. I'm more surprised that no one else has got one yet. But I don't know how hard people are going. That is the other side. Some people might not be. So you've done up to 247 on the Azuma receipt. But you have had a shiny as well. Question is, will someone get the second before I get my first? I guess Huxley could. Mrs. Astro might go bee hunting a bit later. The bees are there. Well, they were this morning. At least nobody can say we didn't try to get more. That's the big thing. We have been trying. You will look at the bees tonight. 6,000. on the Gossa floor. We definitely should have just assigned the Gossa floor to Bradlow, because he'll get it early. He probably would. I haven't actually set it up to individually count anything, though. That is the only difference. I know that you've done one where you can do both. I have not set that up. I kind of wish I did. That was the point of the manual clickers that I got. Oh, we've hit some Adlands. We'll pause then. Shall we have a look at the Hoot Hoot? Shall we look up close and personal at the Hoot Hoot? There he is. There is our only shiny of the challenge so far. A level 3 Hoot Hoot. And we can top up the water again. Because we go through a lot of water when we stream. I will say that. We do indeed. Yes, chat's pick. It is video game characters. So it is there dancing away happily. But yeah, it is video game characters. So we do have to probably name something Link at some point. But for now, we will have just this one. But yeah, it is nice to get one, right? That's the best thing. Oh, we've got some jazzy stuff again. We're back. We are back. No, not spinning. Not spinning. Squovert, where did you come from, sir? You're not what we asked for. It is. Huxley has a new dancing emote. Whose dancing emote is that? Catching more strays, are we, Huxley? I haven't been getting as many random ones recently. I used to be getting them all the time, but randomly we stopped. I'm going to have to get rid of the 6 Lagoon, aren't I? It's going to be in the way for too long a time. See that? It's here. It's here. It's haunting us. It doesn't want us to get it. Oh, you are annoying. Great shiny, but annoying. Annoying, annoying, annoying. But we're nearly at 1,500. So that is not great. 1,500 then. 1,500 and it is a C dot. Is that what we needed? Another C dot. Let's keep going. Keep going. The blub blug is here and not wanting to be nice. Why don't they like us? They don't want us. They don't need us. Dun dun dun. Blip bug. It's here to get us. Maybe we'll go and hunt the bees. Not the bees. Are you going for both, Mrs. Astro? There is a Marini in the chat. If you would like a Marini, catch away. The bees. Isn't Cutie Fly in here somewhere? Is that sort of a bee? No? Oh, the sea dots. The sea dot. Feather balls? Feather balls? Look at him flashing his fancy balls around. I feel like you've misread what the Pokemon is as well. No? Or is this just... you can't afford the Ultras. Or it's just that you've gone for a flying type ball when it's a poison water type. Spent all your money on trade passes. Have you still got your Master Ball for when it spawns next time? If it spawns again this week. That's the question. Will it spawn again? I would like to think maybe. Everball is for light Pokemon, not flying types. Okay. I thought Marini would be a heavy one, but... I don't know. I wouldn't do well on guess the Pokemon's weight, like PM7 and M&J TV used to do. 8 kilograms, apparently. I like how you probably have a spreadsheet of weight of Pokemon. Or was it just... judging all the Pokemon by their weight, Huxley, are we? Judging them all by their weight? Is Lotad Shield? Yes. Image when it flashes up, what ball to throw. Okay. Freedom! Yeah, I would rather be doing the Lotad than the C-Dot, but I'm not too worried. Have to be thrifty now you're broke. Do you get any money for the shiny charm? Can you sell it? You're gonna have to sell all your Pokemon slowly and surely. You've been selling all the mints, discs and other rubbish. So, have you sold all the Golducks? That's what you're saying. You sold all the Golducks. I did start selling them. You have 4 Golducks, so really you are a Golduck stan. Huxley is a Golduck stan, everybody. You heard it here live. All of this Psyduck charade is really just a cover-up for him secretly being a Golduck fan. Like he says he has a Psyduck tattoo, but I bet there's a Golduck one hidden somewhere else. Right next to the Scrafty. That's what happened. One isn't a great cherish point. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Was it shiny? You probably won't be able to tell. That Marowak I showed you is considered S tier as well. Oh, Bree's out here to get a shiny Golduck too. But yeah, whatever Sin Alolan Marowak is, it's considered S tier, so I'm guessing that just means it has good stats. Listen, what happens in the stream stays in the stream. You won't tell a soul. Except on Instagram. Yeah, you can't sell the data you find in this stream. Can't make promises for anyone else. See, Mrs. Astro's out here selling Golduck data to the world. So everybody can get a Golduck. Dun da 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 dun da da. You don't have any Sin Pokemon. That's good. That means I get the rare ones. It's in like the same brackets as only legendaries. And I don't think it has anything different about it. It's not shiny. It's just called a Sin Pokemon. I'll be honest, I read it first and thought I got a shiny one. It's pretty much the same sprite. It's difficult because I can only really take a picture of it, so I can maybe take a picture of it, what it looks like. If there is any colour differences about it. We will see. But we have a lot of stress to get through tonight. Have to put it in Discord as you're fascinated by what it is. It was a mythical reward in Poke Daily, if that makes you feel better. Pokefletch Togepi. Well, at least you hatched an egg. You hatched an egg. It's strawberry. It's a strawberry egg. This was an event reward. Okay. I think I have that one. Because there's a few like that, isn't there? They do a few odd ones. I know I have got an odd looking Togepi. What did we start on today? We started on 850. So I think the goal will be to hit 1,700 today. I think that's the best, because then we can say we've done 850 twice. So that'll be good. And then we can come back and run around this route again tomorrow, probably, until we get the next shiny. Like, part of me is tempted to do a different route on each day, but I don't want to go and get the Gossifleur. But I may go and do the battles on Route 3 offline. Because 1, I'm going to win them easily, and 2, there is another Cherubi tree to check there every day. But I was kind of hoping to save them until I needed to evolve something. That was the main reason. So that was my thinking. I know it's not many battles, but if I'm not personally going there, Route 2 Tuesday, Route 3 Thursday, and Suffering Saturday. Galamai Monday. Maybe we could do something like that. Route Tuesday. Shinyless Sundays. That's just the A's. Apart from Mrs. Astro. Yes. I can't complain though. We've had like 3 legendaries in the last 5 weeks on Sundays, so I can't complain. But we could call it Route 2 Tuesday, as they do. And then obviously Route Thursday, Freeze Day. Yes, it has been. It has probably ended now, I will say. Like, this is what I always say about DAs. You go through real little patches where you get loads, and then you get nothing for ages. The Sunday I noticed yesterday. It feels like an event. I think a lot of people are don't really know what to play. I think it's my honest opinion. I think a lot of people are a little bit tired of the lab simulator too often. Like, if they do it 3 or 4 days a week, there's that element that they either just want it over with or they want to do something else. Nuzlocking Fire Red Leaf Green, it's not as fun as I think most people thought, because it's quite a limited pool of Pokemon. You've got Pokopia. You find that a lot of people are either got absolutely perfect worlds, then it's mostly them building it, looking for stamps, maybe getting the last few bits, which I don't think as many people are enjoying as much as when it first came out. Because like the element of the fact that you can build really quickly is showing how quickly it's being pushed through. So if you're a casual player of that, you're playing it a lot less. Champions is around. Somehow it feels like it's a bit of an afterthought already. People are not enjoying ZA as much, and this is what it was like before ZA came out. Everybody was just doing a little bit in different games, and like, for me, like, how long have you known me properly? Like, most of this year, it didn't take me long into January to rotate my schedule around to do a bit of every game each day of the week. So I was doing DAs once, random encounters in here once, radar once, a little bit in Scarlet and Violet, a little bit in Arceus, and a ZA day. They were all set up so I had a different game. No, I have not touched Champions in about at least a week. But that does have cool events coming up. Yes. And that's like where it's really fun. You just, like, when you're playing these games, it is so much more fun just to mix up what you're playing. The more you're playing, the more you'll enjoy it. If you focus too much on one, it's so quick to get tired of it at the moment. Like, I half think, like, the fact that Radar is happening, it means we'll probably put this on hold for a week. The other side of it is, during June, I will drop it down to probably 3 days a week, so I can play something like a ZA or a Scarlet and Violet, because if we're doing a lot more, we're going to do races, shiny hunting and stuff like that. I need a game with more accessibility to get shinies a bit easier. I will still try and do a bit for the Switch 2 Shiny Living Dex, but we won't do this 4 days a week. It kind of depends how everything really unfolds. Like, I may drop Radar for a week. Are you streaming anything non-Pokemon in June as part of the event? As far as I know, no. The thing is, the only other game I really have access to is like a Mario Kart, and I find Mario Kart very tiresome to do for too long. Like, I could do it for like a couple of hours, but 4 or 5 hours I get a bit bored. Even if it is all fun with chat taking part, I just can't really get into it like I once did. And like you can see by the number of people that are playing like a Mario Kart World, not many people are playing it for 3 or 4 days a week. If they do play it, it might be once or twice. And I just can't really enjoy it as much as... I just don't know what it is I can't enjoy with it. It's just an odd thing. It's definitely harder to stream. Because you want to keep up with chat. And if you keep up with chat, you usually crash. Oh, there is a hunch crow in the chat. If you would like a hunch crow. That's fair. Similar to Pokopia in that... Yeah, like... At least when you're shiny hunting, you don't need to really do too much gameplay-wise. You are pretty much just chatting, and if a shiny comes your way, thousands of people can text and drive. So now who's being the troublemaker, Mrs. Astro? And how many of them are in jail right now? Red card. You better not. You better not. There's like a bit of a viral video going around of... I think it might have been like a sales lady, but she's driving down a road. She looks up and then she starts literally... You could see her like texting on her phone, and it shows her like careering into a ditch. Like no like damage done to her, but just going off the road because she was staring at... And the camera was basically filming her texting away. It's even dumber if you've got like the camera inside your car, showing your activities as well as the dash cam, and then you use your phone, and then you have an accident, and you go, "I had an accident," and the phone's like, "Well, you're on your phone. We're not paying. It's your fault." Like, I don't think any insurance company should pay if you damage your own car if there's proof you were on your phone. Turned off the sound on our dash cam so people can't claim road rage. That makes sense. But then the counter would be if they see your side of the driving. Like if you... That's why it's so like... I'm assuming that there are elements of road rage. And I know it can be very frustrating when somebody is stupid. Usually the other driver. Or if we crash and we're singing. An Astro concert, is this? An Astro concert? Ooh. There's a Twitch ad I've seen of some guy walking along with the headphones on the railway. Yes. That one confuses me so much more than it should. Like that advert. It's like, surely there should have been like a barrier to stop him walking on the railroads. No? I thought that was like generally what happens. Like, you can't just walk on the railroads. That was like a user issue. Yeah. It's meant to be like what we've talked about a bit before, is when you're out in public and you put headphones on, you aren't paying attention to your surroundings, and a little distraction can throw you off completely. And there can be an accident because the pedestrian can be just as at fault as a driver if they're not paying attention, or if they're a phone zombie. That's the thing. And Rick with 12 badges. Welcome in, Rick. How are you doing? You're aware of your ambient. Okay. Maybe he was playing Pokemon. Maybe a Scraggy spawned behind him. But you haven't missed any shinies, so don't worry. It has been fun. We've had some good chatters about a few random conversations. We're just talking about headphone users not paying attention. It's like when you see somebody cycling down the road on their phone, no hands on the handlebars, headphones on, and then they cry victim. Yeah, you should never like wear headphones, earphones when you're operating something with an engine, or on a car or something. That bike. Like, it's not as bad when you're walking, but no, there's like a Twitch advert going around about somebody who gets distracted while walking with headphones, and then gets hit by a train, basically. But always pay attention when I wear them. Yeah. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to wear headphones and drive. I'm pretty sure you're not. No. You're not very meant to do a lot of stuff people do when they drive. To be honest. But people don't care because they're entitled. Like, I was at a crossing that I know how the lights go, so I know when I can cross. And there was somebody driving a van, and they came out to go left, which was green light, but they're literally, you can see them texting away on their phone over the steering wheel. I don't know if it is. Most modern cars have a hands-free fancy touchscreen, so if you're on your phone, then you can guess it for TikTok or something stupid. And that's where, regardless of how a bit crazy he ended up going, it was the good thing that Mr. Musk put into the Teslas to start with. You can't actually access any internet services other than GPS when you're driving in the front seat of a touchscreen on a Tesla. As far as I'm aware. But you can also follow along with Rick, who has been doing some Sableye only runs in some games, including ORAS. Also has been preparing for a TCG tournament, so you can see the online game mode of that with his real deck in. And of course there'll be some shiny hunting over there too. So feel free to follow along and see what he gets up to. Is enough for me. So I'm getting the blame for walking with them. Injury's a stupid driver. It's fair. I stay on the sidewalk and pay attention. Pay attention. There are some typo queen moments in that sentence. I think, again, a lot of it always goes down to you always remember the people that are the worst culprits. So you will probably see 100 cyclists in a day, and it's the one that does something that annoys you that will stick with you. No worries, Pokemon Gamer. Have fun. Have fun. I just don't understand why blaming headphone users walkers. They're not so much blaming them, they're just trying to make you more aware. So there's a difference between being a headphone user and staring at your phone and also being a headphone user. That's what it's trying to point out as that advert. It's somebody who is literally like this all the way down with headphones, so they can't hear and they can't see. That's what they're sort of trying to get the point across. Problems with cars on the pavement, so you can pay attention and still get hit by cars, pretty much. Yes. Excited to see the new rules around parked cars. What is the new rules on your end? I know your neck of the woods have had a few conversations about it, more than others. They're going to stop parking on... Okay. I thought that was already meant to be illegal, but people tried to play the quote-unquote common sense to it. Enjoy the journey. Fix out. We will see you on the other side. You're at the office? Okay, well hopefully you have a nice day and not overworked. The law is stupid. It is illegal to park on the pavement in London and Scotland. Because I've seen, like, the argument that, like, I've seen someone put the argument, well, they can park on the pavement so emergency vehicles can get through. But then, if you have to park on the pavement, it probably isn't a parking space. But then the argument is it's outside your house. But you've put it in for radar, right? Did you put method radar? People just want to park outside their house, but you don't own the land outside your house. And that's what's happened by the fact that we've created a lot of houses where there's nowhere to put the houses together. Interesting. Put random encounter, so just put a message in the Discord to say that you've done it wrong and you're going to resubmit them all. Mrs. Astro parking cars in a particular position. But yeah, that's the thing, when you get like about 7 houses in a row and nowhere to park cars. They don't always give proper car parking stuff. Miss Astro's trying to get herself banned. You have a suggestion. Don't buy a car. Of where they can park the car. So you're going to try and get modded again, Mrs. Astro. Are we going to get Mrs. Astro auto-modded? Like, we saw what happened with an accidental ban before, so... That's why we try. Let's see. Okay. Mrs. Astro's trying her hardest to get auto-modded. She's trying. She's winning. I think auto-mod is 2-0 up now. But yeah, that's the thing, like... But then there are some pavements, like... I know that... I'm pretty sure it's in your neck of the woods they've actually built special paths that are designed to be parked cars and pavements. So you shouldn't drive along them, but you can walk through them. If I'm not mistaken. Because I know I've watched a driving instructor from your area talk about all this. I usually watch his How to Be a Better Driver videos. Or be aware that other people can have accidents and you have to be prepared to adjust. No, not Danny. Ashley. He is actually a driving instructor. Because he always talks about one horrible crossroads that you have up there. But he sort of goes through accidents and sort of says, okay, that car is at fault, but if you had done this, you could have prevented it. So it isn't your fault, but if you were paying a bit more attention, you could have seen that an accident could have happened, sort of attitude. Oh, and there is a ray. Nearly summoned us a shiny. Up there in the land of gravy. How is Mr. Ray doing? We are trying to get this shiny, I promise. It's not me pretending to be a shiny hunter right now. Afternoon. Mr. Ray is good. I am good too, thank you. This challenge is going well to the extent that it's nice just being able to chat away while we do this. But it's going bad for the number of shinies we're getting. At least we know they are turned on in my game, yes. They are indeed. The only shiny we got is a wise owl. Because the fun thing is, when we did streamers, do you know what we named, who we named the Lechonk after? You can also follow along with that Ray guy who does a lot of Fortnite, Warzone, a little bit of Power Wash Sim, but you can usually go and have a chat and learn a lot from Ray and join in the community as well. There is a barnacle in the chat. It was Ray's choice to be named after the Lechonk. Incanto Meowth Shiny Locked. That one is. The only trades that are not shiny locked. In fairness, you can do the trade if you want to do a soft reset on the trade, but you've got to do it with Regina on the Isle of Armor. So you can catch yourself the Galarian, go to the Isle of Armor, and if you can find her, and she asks for the Meowth, that can be shiny. I don't put gravy on chips, no. Go to the chemist? Oh, must be something for parking cars in certain positions. Also, if now for not putting gravy on chips. Ooh, so I saw Meowth and Persian on the list. Yes. And you can do infinite trades with Regina, so if you get the shiny Meowth, you can also get a second one from the next trade with her in the future. But it's only the Regina trades that are not shiny locked. So that is the main one. That's why the trade ones are on there. Because you may have seen the normal Hoenn, Zigzagoon, and Linoon on there too. They are full odds. It is a soft reset. That's why it's going to be a bit horrible. We're only doing the ones we can legitimately get at the moment. Which I think might be just those two. Maybe Vulpix and Ninetales as well. I think you can do that trade with her. I know you can't do Farfetch'd, Darumaka, and a couple of others. Because we haven't unlocked them yet. Corsola. Maybe Sandshrew, if she offers it. I can't remember what I put on the list. Ray is up to 22 badges. Very nice. Very nice. But I made the list of the ones that we will be able to do, not the ones... So if, for example, she didn't offer the trade, we would have to breed that Meowth. So we have to breed the Alolan Meowth and Alolan Persian, but we'll do that in the second part of the challenge, unless there are a lot of people who say we should do the breeding now. I'm personally treating it as in technically nothing over that river is catchable yet, so we're not considering that daycare centre a reachable. But again, that is how I was going to do it. If people really say that we should do the breeding now, we'll do it. Here's some thrilling news for you. Wednesday, my Nintendo store will be renamed to Nintendo Store. But why not mine? And that's the one where you can get your platinum stuff for your gifts. I keep eyeing it up to see whether I can get the Pocopia notebook. But it's sold out. It's not yours anymore. Have you ever done much with your platinum points before? Or not? I'd say leave the breeding to part 2. There's already a lot. Yeah, that's the other reason. Part 2, especially part 2, is very short. It's pretty much Route 5 and a couple of warp fishing encounters in Holberry. Aside from buying icons, no. So I got... I always say I keep a notebook. We got the Scarlet and Violet notebook. So I always use it to keep my notes in. But I bought a couple of things. Well, I say bought, they're freebies. I think there's a Mario Kart one somewhere. Some Donkey Kong post-it notes. And at the end, all you had to do was pay for the postage. So I did that one. I got some, but there's not too much on there at the moment. You can't get the Scarlet and Violet book. Didn't know you could get physical. It's only sort of a bit of stationary stuff, but I would say have a look. I said I bought about 5 or 6 things, and it cost me £1.50 for the postage. And it just cost my platinum points. Keyrings too, yes. Yeah, keyrings. Like, it's only sort of knickknacks, so it's like notebooks, post-it notes, a few little postcards. I got the Xenoblade postcards, even though I've never played the game. Mario Karts, posters, little postcards and stuff. But if you're going to do it, I would suggest putting a lot together. They only cost like 500, most of them. So if you've got loads of platinum points, it's worth having a little look around on that store. And it turned up. The fun thing was, I got this. I ordered it the Monday, and I think the Switch 2 came out on the Tuesday, and they turned up on the Wednesday. So, but I wanted to try and get the Pocopia notebook, but you're only allowed 1 per account. That is the big thing to note. So you can't order like 5 of one notebook. So just be aware of that. If you are looking to do it, it is locked to your Switch account. I might be able to get some on my alt account. Some of them have a few more platinum points, hence why I've got the different logos. I need to find a good logo for this Nuzlocke one, but there aren't any Pokemon ones. Is it like dailies, the books, or is it like a notebook? It's just a notebook, yeah. Just a flat-out notebook. It's like, it's split into 3 segments, so like, I'm on the free cocoa bit, so I'm a little way through it. The post-it notes, because I used to stream using the post-it notes to make my notes. I like this. But they're the Donkey Kong ones. I've got like a whole bundle of them. But I stopped using them, because I ended up finding it easier to write in it. But the sad thing is I don't... this one isn't in there anymore, from what I could see. And the Pocopia sold out, and I was a bit frustrated. I don't know how often they refresh the rewards. But it's like, they're not like the most important things to get. Well, it might have come back in stock, I don't know. If you're looking at it, then you'll be able to see the notebook on there. Yeah, just tick off. There's a filter to Switch sold out of. I think most of the Pokemon stuff sold out, of course. Because like, the only reason I ended up getting the DLC on Shield was because they used to do gold token points, didn't they? That you could actually get money off games. And I think I had about £5 or £10 saved up, so I was like, you know what? You had to use them by like April last year, I think. So I ended up just using them to get the DLC for Shield. Half the price. That was the only reason I got the DLC. But it is a bit disappointing, the collection at the moment, when I looked, like, the last couple of days. Because you can't really do too much with your platinum points, really, other than, like, your icon changes. But if you change your icon all the time, it's a bit pointless, like, making one. But I'm glad I can point people in the direction of some new additional stuff. I do get a commission. Tamagotchi Life Gear, yeah. They tend to just pick a few of the franchises that are popular. Like, I know there was like a Piplup thing you could put... I think it was like a key... It might have been a keyring, it might have been something you could put on the back of your phone. Like the holder thing. And they have like wrapping paper and stuff. And like ribbons in the past. That is literally just cosmetic stuff. There's nothing really like fancy. But if you were to buy these notebooks in a shop, they would probably cost £5. So I thought I would get one. I think I have got another notebook somewhere. I keep thinking, where did I put it all? Mario tennis sticker, Virtual Boy poster. Yeah, they're the little things like that. Like it's not, they're not going to give you like the fanciest things, but they're still, that would cost a bit of money in a shop at the end of the day. So that is why I did get what I looked at. It's like, you know what, I've got all these, I'm not going to do anything with them. Like, I can't get money off in the shop. Why not get a couple of these things? Do it all in one go. I guess it also depends how many platinum points you've got. I've only got mine from playing, and I think I must have like 5 figures of it. Like, I don't buy anything on the store. Like, the last thing I bought on the store would have probably been the ZA DLC. I know, the Fire Red Leaf Green, of course. But outside of that, I don't think I've bought anything in like a year on the Nintendo store. I don't know if they treat Mario Kart well just bought in the store. I had the code. But hey. I was actually quite surprised to see Switch 2s in CEX. Quite a lot of them. I think they were selling them for about £380. People have actually taken back Pokopia, and I think you can get about £41 for Pokopia. Which is quite good. Talking of money, my sponsorship money came through today. So that's another £41 for pretty much copying and pasting an article. So I like those. I got my 6th monthly one. Pretty much, yeah. I don't think I will, because it's something I will probably return to at some point. And I've done it with Mystery Dungeon and Snap before, and they're like, actually, I want to play it now. So it won't be. The worst one I did was I bought Dragon Quest, the remake, whatever it was. I bought that, I opened it, and then I never put it in the console and then sold it about 3 months later. So it was like, why did I even buy it? I thought it was Dragon Warrior Monsters, not Dragon Quest. I got confused. So I'm being a lot stricter with games and everything this year. Just making sure everything is working nicely. Hence why I rotate the games. I have myself like the spare capture cards and everything. Just in case something goes wrong, I've got another one I can put in. Always planning, right? I did see Pokopia Notebook still sold out, and the DK posted notes were also sold out. Yeah, I think more people may have discovered it. Because you don't really ever get pushed your way, does it? And like, you must think, when I looked at it, it was probably pre-Switch 2, so most people are only looking at the console stuff. You only have 1,000 points. That's still probably 2 things in there. Like, if you could get that Pokopia Notebook and the Scarlet and Violet Notebook, and it would cost you £1.50 to get it delivered to your house, it's still cheaper than you going down your local shop to buy 2 notebooks of the same quality at the end of the day. But it depends how much you want to use notebooks for. Like, I keep the notebook so I can put down basic ideas, but put down the stuff I've got to add to the scroll, the time when a shiny happens, though I am using the clip feature more, the on-screen appearance stuff. I sort of split it into 3 columns. And then when I do other things, like when I was making notes for Elite, for our Wonder Trade eventually in Go, I've written down what I need, so he can tell me something I need. Which isn't too many, but there are things like he's done raids for. And there are also 3 cool posters. Yes. They're only 600, yeah. I think, as I say, I got the Xeno Blade ones. And Mario. I may have got the Mario Kart, but I can't remember where I put them. I don't think they're here. Oh, you'll like this. I actually have this as a really fun notebook. It may be a bit dusty. It is a bit dusty, but shh. Basically, I got this notebook. Right. For the gallows. I don't know what I did. I must have entered a competition, but they are like I got like two of these like video cassette notebooks. I used to enter a lot of competition. Um, there is a pupitar in the chat. If you would like a pupitar, I think I need that. So back like again, this goes way back again. If you go pre-lockdowns, there used to be a lot of bundle competitions you could enter. Like I don't seem to see them as much as I used to. I don't know if it's just me that is not looking in the right places, but when a lot of movies came out, they would release bundles where you could get a prize that was like a bunch of stuff put together. So when Creed came out in 2015, I won a box set of when the DVD came out with some Creed gloves, boxing gloves, of all things, shirt, poster, and a copy of the film. It may have been Creed, may have been Creed 2, actually. I won that for the Gallows, so there was a load of merchandise in there, like headphones with Gallows written all over them. I don't know if you've seen the Gallows as a horror movie. Probably not, because we know Huxley doesn't watch too many horror movies, but it was a film. I didn't hate it, to be honest, but it was those sort of things. I'd love to enter more of them, but they just don't seem to do them anywhere. I know. I think I've heard of it, but not seen it. But yeah. Oh, you got a sweet Huxley. But yeah. But ever since like after the lockdowns, they seem to stop making merch bundles, and this even reflects back to what I said with the cinemas. You would go to the cinemas and you would get like the posters behind me. You've got like the one there is what Terminator Dark Fate. The one next to it is that was from a DVD, but you could get those postcards for certain movies as well. And ever since like the last 3 or 4 years, the only poster I've seen is the 28 years later one. Every time I go, don't get anything. That is the only poster I got. The other one was I don't know where I put it. I think we got like a coaster or something. And it was some horror movie. But I can't remember what it was. But yeah, I got 28 years later, the first 28 years later. That is the only poster I've seen. And I miss that sort of era when you would just get, I know it's only a poster, but it's a physical thing that you can say, well, you've done that. And I got a few posters recently. Mum-in-law picks them up if she sees them. Fair enough. Maybe it's that chain that does them more. But I used to get them most of the time when I went. But mind you, sometimes it only used to be like Premiere Day, and I've not gone on Premiere Day as much as I used to. So by the time I go, they might have sold out or given them all out. I don't know if I'm going to go Friday this week. I need to see the schedule. They're random, but the Robin Williams monkey one, the Robert Pattinson Batman Star Wars, and the other which I forgot. Okay, they might do some stuff for Star Wars in a couple of weeks, I guess. As we do have a new Star Wars movie, again, that I probably am not going to watch. Because I don't know anything about The Mandalorian. At least the last poster you remember getting was Day After Tomorrow, but surely there's definitely been more since then. Definitely. Well, to start with, we've got... What have we got? We got Dark Fate up there, like the Terminator one, which was like 2019. And on that side... Oh, we got a big Aquaman one as well. For some reason. And when Stan and Ollie came out, they did like this postcard selection. That I really liked the postcard selection, so I got them because I absolutely love Stan and Ollie. It was such a fun little movie. I like the ones that are doing biopics where they're not over the top and dramatic. They're more, let's enjoy the good moments, even if there are some bad moments. And that did a really good job at that. Now, I do get offered, like when I used to do more coverage, I would get offered the idea to do competitions to like give out DVD copies of stuff. But I never said yes to them because you have to collect data and I didn't want to collect data. Pretty much. Or you would have to get someone's address to send it to them and it just felt a bit uncomfortable, to be honest. So if you ever wanted an extra copy of the Midsummer Murders, let me know. Or what's the one from? There was one in New Zealand that I used to get a lot for as well. Now it's a lot of these TV shows, like murder mystery ones. There was one from Essex. There's so many. There is just endless amounts. I used to just watch them all, and I've actually turned around and said, I haven't got time for your TV shows anymore. Not in like, I think, I go away from it, so I just don't have time for it. I'm not going to be doing them anymore. I don't think I've got anything in the pipeline to do. Columbo S tier. I never watched Columbo. I was more of a Jonathan Creek fan. They're alright. In fairness, I don't really hate any of them. It was just that they caught up with me at the end. Oh, it's amazing. I bought the full collection on DVD, watched them all. Fair enough. Fair enough. I liked Monk a lot when that was around. Didn't like the movie they did the last couple of years. I think that was bad. I think they ended the show perfectly. They should never have continued it or done a spin-off episode. I used to like Psych as well. And that one was a bit of a mess, how they ended it, because they ended up trying to do... I think they tried to copy the Futurama ending where they ended Futurama and then they wanted to reboot it, but they didn't have enough money, so they made extended episode movies and then hoped to get some more to come out the other end of it, but it never happened. So I never really saw all of the movies. Did you see all of the Psych movies or not? It's just something that just clicks. It's a bit silly, but it's also a bit of fun. That's why I liked Psych a lot. You've only seen one. I've seen the musical one. I don't think Lassie's in it very much, is he? Because the actor had had a stroke. So he's in like a video message or something. But I think he was back in the second one a bit more. But I don't really know what happened to that cast. I think the woman's gone on to do a bit more, but the rest haven't. It's also quite an interesting one because they recast the lead actress after the pilot as well. But it was just one that clicked for me. Like, it was never given a very good UK TV run. Like, the only way I could ever watch it was finding the DVDs or something. But it was odd and I enjoyed it. Now, I feel like I've seen the Gus actor in more than any else. I think Gus used to be in the West Wing, didn't he, before Psych? I think it was something like West Wing. He's done a bit more, like, the dad was in quite a lot, but he was in and out of stuff all the time. And we know like the chief detective is in the original Silence of the Lambs. So he has done actually a bit. I meant more, I guess probably James Remore hasn't really done much. Probably. So it's crazy to think that Silence of the Lambs, he is the main villain in it. The detective in there. See, I think he was like one of the hunters in Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom as well. Was it Fallen Kingdom? I think so. Because he sort of was like a knockoff Pete Postlethwaite. From what I remember. Oh, we've hit the Adlands. We will pause in this battle then. Because I want to play a certain song. So this is the sort of playlist I wanted to put together. I wanted to put a playlist together of movie orchestra stuff. But I couldn't find one that had the stuff I liked in it. Because I'm not the biggest on the music in the movies. But we will get these final 8 encounters, and then we will go and see who is around to say hello to. Because we don't want to miss a shiny in the Adlands. We'll see how everybody is doing. But it looks like it's going to be another unsuccessful day. But we'll be back for more tomorrow. Another meeting. So thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here. Hopefully it's not too difficult a meeting. Remember to message in that Discord about the Psyduck mistake. Otherwise you'll get the wrong points. I can help with any of what you need with it as well. Right, let's get these then. Let's get these. You've tagged Solar. Okay. Because it might be a case he'll just delete them all and you resubmit them all. As well. So, we'll see. We'll see what he thinks is best. But it might be something he could just edit the game and radar. Like, it depends what he feels like. And you may know what this movie song is from. The game. Sounds like Star Wars. How dare you, Huxley? How dare you? Banned. Banned. It's like the greatest 1999's movie ever made. It is the 1999 The Mummy soundtrack. So, there. So where? Let's get this last encounter and see whether we finish on the shiny. We don't. That's my cue to leave. Have fun, have fun. We will see you around later tonight, probably, or at least tomorrow, if I don't cry too much tonight. Right, we'll save it there. I don't mind saving it because we need to save all the equipment. So, let's go and see who we can say hello to today. The mummy one is the one with the freaky bugs. Oh, they're in both, but probably more. Yeah, they're in both. Well, they're probably in all three. No, they're not in the third one. They're probably more apparent in the first one because he has the ham dye, something like that. It's called. Right. Let's see where we can go today. Oh, there is a nummel in the chat. If you would like a nummel, feel free to catch. I need to go onto the right page for this. I want to close some things down first. So we're not doing any more encounters. I need to pause this and close that. Let's see if we can catch this. And then see who we can go and say hello to. Any preferences today, anybody? Shall we just see what we are looking at? Oh, there are some people back. New office. Oh, there's a temptation to go somewhere different. There is. Okay, we'll go and see Kim today. We'll go for Kim today because we have gone to Huntress a couple of times last week. So we'll go here today. And so thank you to everyone for being here. We got lots of gym badges collected. We had a raid from Suki, so thank you again for the raid. We'll be back tomorrow for some more. If you do want to share a raid message, we do have a little raid message here. The Talo for the subs, the non-Talo for the non-subs. But I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's go see Kim and see whether Squirtle appears today. Have a good day and goodbye.